different theme every year highlight areas needed for action and provide a common focus. This year, the theme of the World Food Day is Grow, Nourish, Sustain Together. This webinar entitled Let Food Be the Medicine in the Era of Lifestyle Diseases highlights about the following aspects. Access to sufficient amounts of safe and nutritious food is key to sustaining life and promoting good health. Food safety is a global concern that covers a variety of different areas of everyday life. During this COVID-19 pandemic period, safety concerns play a crucial role. In this regard, the topic on food safety issues and challenges in India is going to be covered by Dr. Jagadish S.L., Professor and Head, Department of PostHarvest Technology, College of As we know, fruits and vegetables, they will provide diversified, flavored, colorful, tasty, and also low calorie and protective micronutrients rich diet. The low intake of fruits and vegetables is attributable to many micronutrient deficiency diseases, leads to hidden hunger, especially in case of vulnerable groups like preschool children, pregnant women, and lactating mothers. So, role of fruits and vegetables in meeting nutritional security is going to be delivered by Dr. Preeti Palpandian, scientist, ICAR, Directorate of Cashew Research, Metathaduka, Puttur, Dakshina Kannada. So, increasing dietary approaches is one of the most effective ways to sustainability, prevent hidden hunger, and healthy eating patterns are defined as quantities, qualities, proportions, or combinations of different foods and beverages in diets, and the frequency with which these diets they are habitually consumed to avoid the lifestyle disorders. Lecture in this is going to be addressed by Dr. Jayalakshmi HK, Professor Head, Department of Nutrition, Bapatla Yoga and Naturopathy Medical College, NTR Medical University, Andhra Pradesh. And as we know, plants produce secondary metabolites, also known as natural products, as chemical communication tools in response to environmental cues. Secondary metabolites, they are responsible for color, flavor, and also odor of the food products. They have been referred to as medicines in the earlier from the traditional point of view, and they are prepared so many preparations from these secondary metabolites. So there will be this talk related to this going to be delivered by Dr. Chandrasekhar VM, Professor and Head, HSK College of Pharmacy, BVVS, Bagalkot. So with this, I conclude my session. Be safe and be healthy, and hand over the mic to Dr. Jamil sir.
So, dear participants, I thank Dr. Bhuneshwari ji, Associate Professor and Head, Department of PostHarvest Technology, for telling us about the program on national webinar on Let Food Be Thy Medicine in the Era of Lifestyle Disease. Now, I request the Vice Chancellor, UHS Bagalkot, Dr. K.M. Indresh sir, to deliver his inaugural speech. Over to you, sir.
Okay, am I audible?
You are completely audible, sir. Clearly audible.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. I am very happy that the University of Horticulture Sciences, the Department of PostHarvest Technology, is organizing the national webinar on Let Food Be the Medicine in the Era of Lifestyle Diseases, in commemoration with the World Food Day program, which is being organized every year on 16th of October every year. So it's a very big occasion. It's one of the very important occasion, and the topic for the today's national webinar is very, very relevant on the occasion of the World Food Day program. My dear participants who are participating in this national webinar, my officers from the university, Dr. Horticultural, Director of Extension, Dr. TB LOD, Registrar, Dr. N. Baswaraj, Director of Research, Dr. H.P. Patil, Dean, College of Horticulture, Bagalkot, Dr. Chaya Patil, University Librarian and in charge Dean, College of Horticulture, Bagalkot, and organizer of this national webinar, which is being organized with the Department of PostHarvest Technology, Dr. Viresh Viramat, Dr. Mohammad Jamil Jhalelgar, Dr. Deepak Kerdal, who are the co-organizers, and the important being the Dr. Ramchandra Nayak, University Head, Department of Postal Technology, and the organizing secretary of this program, Dr. G. Bhuvaneshwari, Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Postal Technology, Bagalkot, and all the PG students of this college who are participating in this webinar, and all my faculty from the different constant colleges of the university and also from the headquarters, and the lead speakers we have identified for this today's program. It is Dr. Jagadish Shishkal, Professor and Head Department of Postal Technology, GKVK, Bangalore. Dr. Preeti Pal Pandian, Scientist from ICR, Directorate of Cashew Research, Puttur. Dr. Srimati Jayalakshmi HK, Professor and Head, Department of Nutrition, Yoga and Naturopathy Medical College, NTR Medical University, Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Chandrasekhar VM, Professor, Department of Pharmacology, HKS College of Pharmacy, BVVS, Bagalkot. And Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, my own colleague from the university. And all the delegates who are participating in this national webinar.
ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಯಾಕೋ ನಿಂತೋಯ್ತು. ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು
program, as all of you know, that overcoming the
ಬರುತ್ತಾ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ மீட்டிங் என்ட்ரி ஆகுது?
சார் எனக்கு இந்த இது உங்களோட ஜாயின் பண்றதுக்கு இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம்ல எவ்வளோ ஆகும், அப்போ என்ன மெடிசின் அதுக்கு எவ்வளோ ஆகும்னு சொல்லுங்க சார்.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Hello.
Vice Chancellor, sir. Your microphone is muted, sir.
Okay, shall I start from the beginning? Am I audible now?
For a moment,
Yes,
for 10 seconds it missed, sir. Otherwise it was
Yes, sir.
working fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please continue, sir. No problem.
Okay, so the World Food Program, World Food Organization, under the umbrella of United Nations, has been awarded the Nobel Prize mainly for handling the food crisis during the period of this COVID-19, which
ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಏನ್
ಇಲ್ಲ ಯಾವುದು ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನ ಯೂಸ್ ಇದ್ದು ಮೌಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಇಟ್ಟಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ అలాగే ಎಲ್ಲ
ರೀ ಅದು ವೆಬಿನಾರ್ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ರೀ.
So, so I was just telling about the World Food Organization. So the importance of food in combating this lifestyle disease is very important. As all of you know that food is the basic material for any human being to maintain energy, stamina, and his health. And food is the basic ingredient for the human for sustaining his life. So in this today's seminar, let food be the medicine in the era of lifestyle diseases. The topic is very relevant, very quite suitable on this day of World Food Day program. And there are a lot of foods has been produced. It may be from cereals, pulses, oilseeds, minor millets, fruits, vegetables, spices, medicinal aromatic crops. There are so many sources of foods in the agricultural scenario. And this food, if we utilize it efficiently and
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋನ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಇದಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋನ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ
the nutraceutical importance of this food, if you identify the nutraceutical importance of all these foods, definitely it is going to help us in helping in maintaining the human health, and also you can minimize the use of synthetic medicines. But allopathic medicines can be reduced if you can consume this food as medicine. And many of the foods which have been documented in the world have one or the other medicinal value. Each one of the foods
ವೆಬಿನಾರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೀನಿ
medicinal value of their own. So in the ancient epics of Ayurveda, there is a lot of information is available about the importance of this plants, flora of plant wealth, which is a main source of medicines. And it has been documented, very well documented, and some of the medicinal and aromatic plant species has been utilized as a medicines. And some pharmaceutical preparations are also made. Whatever you get in the market is herbal medicines, Ayurvedic medicines, naturotherapy. All these are the source from plants wealth. So plant is a rich source of biodiversity. It is very rich in most of the medicinal properties they are having. So in this era of lifestyle diseases, especially in this COVID-19 problem, and there are many of the medical authorities, they are recommending the public to use foods, to consume more and more foods or fruits and vegetables which are rich in vitamin C, vitamin D, and some of the minerals like zinc, magnesium, and boron. So we have good number of fruits and vegetables which are rich in these nutrients. So by consuming large quantity of these nutrients, consuming large quantity of these fresh fruits and vegetables, definitely we can overcome the deficiency of vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc. So that for all COVID infection, they are recommending these three most important, vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc has been recommended by all the medical professionals to overcome this COVID infection. So it is very, very important now. We have to concentrate on identifying the foods that are rich some of these nutrients which will help in overcome this, reducing the COVID infections. And we do have a lot of medicinal aromatic plants which have been grown, cultivated, which are being grown in wild also in the nature. And by knowing the importance of this medicinal value or pharmaceutical properties of these plants, if you grow them or if you process them and if you prepare the end product, definitely it will have no side effects. That is one advantage with plant sources, medicine from plant sources which does not have any side effects. it is good to the general health of human being. So, so all these things are going to help the maintaining a good health of an individual, and especially nowadays we are facing a lot of lifestyle diseases like diabetes, heart disease, and so many other lifestyle diseases are very common. Even for the young people, we are facing these problems. Not only aged, even the youngsters also getting this diabetes and heart disease are become very common nowadays. So if you adopt a good practice, if you adopt a good eating habits, especially with regard to the food, definitely we can overcome some of these lifestyle diseases by consuming the nutritionally rich, healthy foods, and also at the same time we are also growing a lot of varieties and hybrids of these food crops or vegetables or fruits with the motive of enhancing the production and productivity. We are consuming a lot of pesticides in the cultivation of these crops. We take up the spraying of pesticides, chemicals, which is not good for the human health. So by using excessive pesticides, there is a residual toxicity problem is also problem in most of the fruits and vegetables. You take the example of tomato, at least during its cultivation period, about 10 to 12 rounds of spraying is done either for the control of diseases or insects. Similarly for grapes, pomegranate, to quote so many examples you can quote. So all these fruits or vegetables, we use lot of pesticides. When you use these pesticides, some of the chemicals, they have got the residual toxicity. Even after washing and boiling of this cooking of vegetables, still the residual toxicity will be there in these foods. So those residual toxicity will affect our human health, and because of that we are getting all these lifestyle diseases. So that's why minimal use of these pesticides and going for eco-friendly, safer biopesticides, and going for organic farming. These are some of the new trends which we have to adopt in the production of food in order to overcome these lifestyle diseases. Nowadays, this organic farming is gaining a lot of importance, and in this we are using mainly the organic sources of manures for the production. That way we can have a safety, we can have a safe use of these fruits and vegetables. So that's why use of biopesticides, growing crops by organic cultivation of these foodstuffs, food crops or fruits and vegetables, and minimal use of pesticides is going to help us in overcoming these lifestyle diseases. And today's national webinar on let food be the medicine in the era of lifestyle diseases is very good title on the day of this World Food Day program. And my colleagues from the university, especially from the Department of PostHarvest Technology, College of Horticulture, Bagalkot, organized this one-day national webinar. I profusely congratulate the staff members, faculty members from the Department of PostHarvest Technology, from COH Bagalkot, and also from the other constituent colleges, and all the officers of the university who are participating in this national webinar, and all the participants from different parts of the country, also from the different parts of the world, who are taking active, who are participating in this webinar. I wish this webinar is going to deliberate very useful information about the role of food in overcoming the lifestyle diseases, and the deliberations are going to be very fruitful. And I request all the participants to actively involve in this program and give your feedback and inputs so that we can fine tune this program and we can come out with some recommendations. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to inaugurate this national webinar on the occasion of World Food Day program. I thank all of you again. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for wishing us the best and for the success of the webinar and giving us information about the plant's richness in nutraceuticals, agriculture as a source of medicine without side effects, and also enlightening us on the importance of pesticide residues and requesting for minimal use and switching over for organic farming. It was a very appropriate message by you, sir, on this occasion of World Food Day. Thank you very much, sir. Moving on, I request Dr. T.B. Alloli, sir, Registrar, UHS Bagalkot, for keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all. Respected Vice Chancellor of UHS Bagalkot, Director of Extension, Director of Research, and all other officers of the university, and the person who is instrumental in organizing this, Dr. Srimati Bhuvaneshwari, and all the staff of PostHarvest Technology Department, and all the participants who are participating in this webinar. So at the outset, I would like to say that this webinar is going to be a most successful one and rightly arranged in view of the COVID emergency in the entire globe. With passage of time, as you are aware, there have been changes in population pattern, changes in lifestyle, changes in food habit, changes in other sphere of life. So because of these changes, there has been a change in our lifestyle, as a result of which there has been a change in our food habit also. As we all know, our country, which was facing a food problem before the mid-60s, so our government able to achieve this green revolution, as a result of which we have achieved the food security for all of us. But one security which really hunts us, that is nutritional security, for which we have to think. So nutritional security means, as you are aware, especially horticulture crops being highly rich in nutrients, especially vitamins, minerals, fiber, etc. So they are considered to be most protective food, about which now we have to focus. Means the whole country has to focus, or you can say whole world has to focus. Though the post-Green Revolution era, though people were happy with the Green Revolution, the results of which people appreciated, but the euphoria of that was very short-lived, because we have achieved food security, but several problems will emerge along with that, especially the food adulteration, or you can say quality foods, because food which was produced as a result of this green revolution was produced because of high-yielding varieties coupled with irrigation facilities as well as the usage of pesticides. So indiscriminate usage of pesticide has resulted in contaminated food, that is what we call pesticide residue. Because of this reason, the food what we are consuming across the globe, or you can say India, we have to think of it. I am not saying the food security is what we have achieved is wrong, but we have it is required at that time or now also. But at the same time, we have to issue, or we have to address the issue of this nutritional security, or you can say quality food which is free from this contamination. So as the organizers kept this title, that is life, food with a medicine for the modern lifestyle. So here it is very appropriate title. So you have to make our food as a medicine rather than taking medicine for eating wrong foods. So nowadays, indiscriminately, we tend to take a lot of food, whether it is required or not. Then we go for medication to overcome the disorders or diseases that develop because of this excess taking of food. So maintenance of physical health by consuming a lot of medicine is not so relevant. Rather, it is equally important to see that the mental health should be proper. So one of the cardiologists from our Karnataka, Belgaum, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Balekundari, she reported the relevance of statement made by a Vaidya Sanganna during 12th AD. Very important. I think it is all of us, we have to remember this. So Vaidya Sanganna in 12th AD only he mentioned that the one who gives medicine to the body is not a doctor, but the one who gives medicine for maintenance of mental health is a real doctor. That means the health is not only with respect to body, even it encompasses the health with respect to mental peace. So if a person is mentally peaceful, so mental health, if it is good, certainly he can be good as physically also. Further, he says that the treatment what we prescribe for maintenance of physical health is temporary, but the treatment which is given to the mental health or ill health is going to be have a long repercussion in our life. Hence, he suggested a doctor who should address both mental as well as physical. For overall development of personality and maintenance of good health of public, there are 4 ways which I would like to discuss within 1 or 2 minutes. So, right type of food. So, what type of food should be called as a right type of food? Food that is adulterated certainly will bring a lot of problem to the body. So, food that is prepared in the house, the food that is purchased in the hotels or somewhere else, certainly there is a difference. So people or businessmen, they tend to add several ingredients into the food so as to make the food most relishable, the food most what you call taste. So that's why there is one saying in Kannada, Adarake sahi, udarake kahi, means the food which is very pleasant to the tongue is highly perilous to the stomach, means detrimental to the stomach. So today, all of us, we are prone for the food that is available in the some markets. So which is though tastier, but it is not good as far if we compare as far as our health is concerned. So, so in this regard, in this regard, this particular webinar holds a great promise to educate people. We have to take only right type of food, the food which is low glycemic index. So that is very important. Most of us, we are aware that across the country, people are suffering from this diabetic, BP, cardiological problems, and there are other related problems. So food that is having high glycemic index is considered to be highly detrimental for the health of the people. That's how the rice consumption has become or is questionable. That's why the crops like millets, it may be bajra, or it may be sorghum, or it may be some other millets which are gaining importance because of their inherent health benefits that are expected to improve the general health of the people. So again, I have to quote here a saying in Kannada, ಅಕ್ಕಿಯನ್ನು ಉಂಡವನು ಹಕ್ಕಿಯಂತಾಗುವನು, ಜೋಳವನ್ನು ಉಂಡವನು ತೋಳಿನಂತಾಗುವನು, ರಾಗಿಯನ್ನು ಉಂಡವನು ನಿರೋಗಿಯಾಗುವನು. It means in English, those who eat jawar or sorghum will become very strong like a wolf. Those who eat the rice becomes weak like a bird, and those who wish to eat the ragi will become a nirogi, means the person who eats ragi, so he can be away from doctors or hospital. That means we have traditional food like jawar, ragi, all millets. But in course of time, because of this modernity, because of change in lifestyle, people hardly think about these crops. Even some people think that consumption of roti is a that will bring disgrace to their status. Many people think like this. eating java roti or sajje roti or any type of roti that are prepared from the cereals, people think it is lower to their images, lower to their status. But certainly the time will tell us or teach us lesson. Already we are facing a lot of problem because we have forgotten several traditional foods, especially the cereals, siridhaniyagal, what we call in Kannada. This is about right type of food. Then the rational consumption of food. So rational consumption, just if you think rationally, where to consume, when to consume, how to consume, and why you have to consume. So that itself gives a lot of health benefits to us. So when a person is not hungry, but because of
I will
time,
call after 10,
because
10
of
15 minutes.
people,
Please call
so
after 10.
people tend to eat even though they are not hungry. So that is not a rational consumption of food. Then how to eat? There are certain methods by which if you eat any food material, so that will give you a lot of health benefits. So there is one more saying by our Sarvajna during 15th AD, don't eat when you are not hungry. Hasidu, hasiyade tinnabeda. Don't be complacent when you are hungry. Whenever you are hungry, but don't keep yourself away from the food. Don't eat the food that is extremely hot or cold so as to keep doctors or hospitals away. So in another saying, those who have control over their tongue, they can't be afraid of their death, but those who do not have control over tongue, certainly they will invite their death. So in this way, there is one more saying, this is very important and applicable to all. The one who takes food once in a day, he becomes a yogi. The one who takes food twice in a day, he becomes a bogi. Bogi means common man. The one who takes food more than thrice, he becomes a rogi, a patient. But lastly, he tells those people who tend to take food more than thrice, indiscriminately, many times, they will be straightway, they will be taken to the graveyard. So in Kannada it is, Omme undare yogi, imme undare bhogi, mumme undare ರೋಗಿ ನಾಲ್ಮೆ ಒಂದೇ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಸರ್ವಜ್ಞ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಫುಡ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಬಹಳ ರಿಲೇಟ್ ಇದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಫುಡ್. So quality food consists of the balanced food or the food that consists of everything. So now whatever food we take, so that is, I can say, lopsided as far as its content is concerned. So being Horticulture University, all of us have to create the importance of fruits, vegetable because of their nutraceutical values, because of their values with regard to the vitamins, minerals, fiber. The fiber content of the food has become a major issue nowadays in order to address the problems like constipation. Similarly, range of vegetables and fruits which we have, naturally we are obtaining, they are very good. So the food which is only with one item, for example, rice and sambar, which is
Not
a,
here.
hello, the rice which is rice with some item which is monotonous, which contains which hardly contains anything other than rice and some items, so brings some health issues. But the food which is enriched with lot of fruits, lot of vegetable, certainly brings health benefits. So especially in the context of COVID emergency, everybody is now recollecting, everybody is now realizing the importance of horticulture crops. So everywhere there is a talk of lime, everywhere there is a talk of this ginger, everywhere there is talk of what we call shunti, that is ginger and turmeric. So like that, so those crops, even all spices. So many people claim that most of the spices have the inherent ability to address the health benefits. So in view of this, certainly India in the world, I think is showing its supremacy as far as the number of cases are concerned. The total population may be more in our country, to that the number of patients may be, I think, more. But when you compare to temperate countries, the Indian population or the patients affected by corona in our country relatively less when compared to total population. In my opinion, it is mainly because of our food habit, our food which is inherently associated with spices, inherently associated with some of the fruits. So with this few words, I wish that this webinar is going to be most successful and it is most appropriate in the present context, and it comes with some important recommendations based on the work done by various food scientists. So with this, I once again congratulate all the organizers for having arranged this. I also thank organizers for giving an opportunity to express a few words about today's webinar. Thank you, one and all.
We thank Dr. T.B. Allolli sir, Registrar UHS Bagalkot, for speaking his heart out about food, right quality, right food, giving different concepts. He told us about the case of Dr. Vijayalakshmi Balekundri. He tells that a doctor is the one who gives medicine not to the body, but to the maintenance of mental health. Thank you very much, sir, for giving us a very important, very nice keynote address. For the information of the participants, you are being live streamed on YouTube as well as Zoom app. To move on with the program, now I request Director of Research, Dr. N. Baswaraj sir, to take over to address the participants. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jamil. Am I audible? Am I audible?
So getting echo sound, sir.
Yes, sir. Dear sir, you can speak now, sir. Dear sir, I think dear sir has got disconnected.
Okay.
Yes. N. Baswaraj sir. I request the participants to keep their microphones off, and so that we can have a very high quality of hearing when the webinar sessions have started.
Hello. I wish all the best.
Go on, sir.
I wish all the best. I will wish all the best. All the best. There is some problem.
Okay, sir.
Okay, all the best. Continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Because of some audio problem with DR sir's app, he was unable to deliver his address. We'll move on to the presidential remarks. I request Acting Dean Dr. Chaya Patil Madam, as the webinar is being organized by College of Horticulture, Bagalkot, Department of PostHarvest Technology. I request her, Dr. Chaya Patil Madam, to deliver the presidential remarks. Over to you, madam. Are you hearing us, madam? Chaya Patil Madam?
Madam, unmute your mic.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Jamil. Am I audible?
Yes, madam. Clearly.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you and good morning to everybody. At the very onset, best wishes for the World Food Day to all. Respected Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar, Director of Research, Director of Extension, HOD, Post-Harvest Technology at University, and also all the participants from different parts of the state. I am very happy to know that our PhD department has organized national webinar on Let Food Be the Medicine in the Era of Lifestyle Diseases. So this is a very well suited topic for today, because with the advancement of science and technology, lifestyle of man changes. Modernization, modern Western countries also influence on the lifestyle and food styles. Everything or all the changes can be acceptable provided they lead us to the healthy and happier life with increased longevity and lifespan. Since food is the sole source of energy for physical, mental, and social fitness, understanding of food science will definitely lead to choose the foods to suit our lifestyles, such that food itself keeps us healthy, disease free without affecting our lifestyles. So at this juncture, the title selected for the national webinar is highly appropriate. And then apart from the today's keynote addresses and inaugural session and also the welcome address, in the welcome address, as rightly suggested by Director of Extension Dr. Y.K. Horticultural, you should eat food like medicine, otherwise the medicine will become the food, is very rightly pointed out. In the inaugural address, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Indresh sir emphasized on the medicinal value of foods, especially relation of food to biodiversity, so that we can choose variety of foods for day-to-day consumption. And then the medicines, maybe allopathic or Ayurvedic, will all lead or are taken from the food, especially emphasizing on the COVID pandemic. Then in the keynote address, Registrar Dr. T.B. Alloli, with a lot of nice proverbs, gave importance on mental health leading to physical health, and then food to control diseases. Especially he emphasized on right food, rational consumption and quality food. So in addition to these, there will be lead speakers which enlighten us on the participants on food safety issues and challenges, nutritional security through food, fruits and vegetables, integrated nutritional approaches, then re-emergence in the natural food products. Therefore, the deliberations will enlighten the participants towards the nutrient-rich, healthy food, the choices aided by yoga, exercises, stress and strain-free life. Therefore, I wish all the lead speakers best of luck. Our Department of Post-Harvest Technology at College of Horticulture, Bagalkot, the head and all the staff of the department have taken a lot of efforts in this national webinar to organize, and I wish them grand success and best of luck. And finally, I thank all the organizers for providing me an opportunity to share some of my views on the presidential remarks. Thank you one and all.
I thank Dr. Chaya Patil Madam, Acting Dean COH Bagalkot, for showing happiness and on the selection of the topic and summarizing the inaugural session. Thank you, Madam. So with this, we come to the conclusion of inaugural session and we move on to the webinar sessions for the day. So I request the speakers of the day, Dr. S.L. Jagdish sir, Dr. Preeti Palpandian, Dr. Srimati Jayalakshmi madam, Dr. Chandrasekhar sir, to be ready with their presentations and other things. I request the speakers to stick to the time so that we can conclude the webinar within the stipulated time. You have been allotted 30 minutes of time. At the 20th minute, we will ring a bell so that you can be alert to conclude within the next 10 minutes. Speakers can make note of so that the participants are at ease with their listening till the last speaker. So to move on with our 7th part of this webinar, national webinar on Let Food Be the Medicine in the Era of Lifestyle Diseases. Our first speaker will be Dr. S.L. Jagdish. To introduce him, I call upon Dr. Deepa Tirdal, Assistant Professor, Department of PostHarvest Technology, College of Horticulture, Bagalkot, to do that. Please, madam.
Good morning to all the attendees. Let me give glimpse of Dr. S.L. Jagdish sir, Professor of Post-Harvest Technology. Dr. S.L. Jagdish sir has started his career in 1997 as Assistant Professor of Post-Harvest Technology at Kitturani Chennamma College of Horticulture under UAS Dharwad. Presently, he is working in Professor and Head in the Department of PostHarvest Technology, COH, Bangalore. He secured his postdoctorate in McGill University with additional MSc in 2007 itself. In 2001, he procured research project on jackfruit from Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Since last 16 years, himself set forth a special interest on jackfruit, and the successful outcome is Maharaja as a farmer's variety with his scientist. He is excellent in guiding numerous postgraduates and published his outstanding works, which includes 50 research papers, 50 research notes, research abstract in peer-reviewed national and international journals, and 6 books he has published. Also contributed 8 new technologies to the Department of Post-Harvest Technology. He even lended his hand in many national and international conferences. Also, he has visited USA, Canada for presentation of his research papers at national conference or symposiums. Notably, one is international training on food hygiene and agribusiness in Wageningen University. He is instrumental in establishing Post-Harvest Technology Center at Kitturani Chennamma College of Horticulture, Arbavi in 2010. Also, he has initiated Horticulture Producing Processing Center at University of Horticulture Science, Bagalkot. He has been a recipient of innumerable honors, namely Best Research Scientist Award from UHS Bagalkot, Best Oral Presentation Award, Dean's Honor from Canada for his MSc thesis work, and Best Writers Award for the book entitled Modern Cashew Cultivation in Canada. He served as Chief Coordinator in organizing state-level conference on science and technology for livelihood, food, nutrition, and health security, sponsored by Karnataka Science and Technology Academy. Sir, I extend my thanks for being part of this webinar, and please share your thoughts to make this day more fruitful.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Jamil, may I know the screen is shared?
Yes, sir, it is shared. Food safety in India, issues and challenges.
Fine. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Over to you, sir.
So, Honorable Vice Chancellor of our esteemed University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, officers of the university, chairpersons of this webinar, the organizing committee of the webinar, and all the participants. So I am here to present on the topic food safety in India, issues and challenges. This is a very nice vegetable carving, hopefully, which you must have seen on the WhatsApp a few days ago, few weeks ago, which shows, passes a beautiful message to all of us. So this one is about the first one. When a person visits a dentist and asks to open the mouth, so this is the maximum possible that he could open the mouth. But this is the picture showing how the persons open the mouth at a Pani Puri shop. So the mouth is wide open at the Pani Puri shop. You look at this picture. So you can observe the overwhelming feeling of greatness, great happiness, the ecstasy that the face of the women is showing, the state of feeling beyond reason and self-control. So the question is whether Pani Puri is so tasty, whether it is making the person to open the mouth so wide. The question is whether this product is safe to open the mouth so wide. Is it safe? Is anyone sure that the street vendor selling the Pani Puri is safe for consumption? So this makes to doubt whether we should open the mouth or we should think and open the mouth. So there was a survey conducted in 2017 in two cities of the country, Delhi and Hyderabad, wherein about 200 street vendors were surveyed with respect to the standard hygiene practices that they are following as per the standards of food safety standards of India. So only about 1/3 of the street vendors were found to be registered with the authority. Just only 1/3 of the street vendors were found to be registered with the authority, but still majority of the vendors were really not following the food safety, food hygienic practices such as wearing an apron, having access to the tap water, and using soap for cleaning the utensils, and they did not even possess refrigerators to keep the food. So, and another revelation of this study was that only in the high income localities, the vendors were fully registered and they were to some extent following the good hygiene practices. It does mean that nearly 2/3 of the street vendors were really not following the food hygiene practices, and so what we all eat with such vendors will be definitely unsafe for consumption. This is the most popular fermented South Indian product, idli. No doubt about it, everyone agrees that this is the vitamin B rich food once the rice and the dal are fermented, and it is healthy. But will it not cause any foodborne disease? The consumption of idli, whether it could cause the foodborne disease? Look at the chutney that we consume along with idli. So no doubt idli is steamed at temperatures more than 100 degrees Celsius. Absolutely it is free of pathogenic organisms. But the chutney that we consume along with the idli
Jagdish sir, your audio.
And most importantly, it is the water, which is a raw material that is used in chutney. If it is only potable, then there is safety of the consumption of this food. Jamil, are you hearing?
For a moment, there was no audio. Now it is clear, sir. Move on, sir. Go on.
Okay, there is some problem with the
No, sir. It
PPT.
is okay. It was very minute. 1 minute, not than one, less than 10 seconds.
Okay.
You can go on.
Fine. So the question is the food that we are eating are safe? So we must enjoy the food, but with minimum food risks. So in 2015, WHO has declared the theme as food safety from farm to plate, make food safe. So it shows that the worldwide there is an emphasis to have the food safe for consumption. Food is basically consumed by the population to meet the hunger, to satisfy the hunger and thirst. That means the physiological motive is the major thrust that makes us to eat food. It is not for fancy, it is not for fashion or passion that we eat basically the food. Basically, it is to satisfy hunger and thirst. But when our hunger is satisfied, thirst is satisfied, we move on to the next level of food consumption, that is the safety motive. See, look at this picture where actually the child is consuming food. The vicinity of the child, it is not a clean surrounding. So definitely, this is a physiological motive. The hunger, okay, there is no safety at all. So once the physiological motive is satisfied, then the safety comes into picture, where food safety encompasses various or multiple facets of handling, food preparation, storage in a way such that it prevents illness and injury to the consumer. So consumption of safe and nutritious food is important to ensure health, not only the nutrition, but also health to the consumer. So why actually we consume unsafe food? What makes us to consume unsafe food? It is improper post-harvest handling of the food, improper processing, inadequate storage and transportation facilities that we adopt, intentional addition of extraneous matter. This is a cheating done to the consumer. Then insufficient knowledge and awareness of hazards by the consumer. So that increases the potential of consuming unsafe food. Let us have a look at some issues that happened in the world for the last 10 years, more particularly in India. This is Chinese scandal. China has become infamous for the second time. It was in 2008 for spreading or making the poisoned food available across the globe. And now, of course, spreading the coronavirus. So you look at this. The milk was mixed with the melamine to give an impression that it contains high protein content. So there were unhealthy cases reported which crossed more than 3 lakh and 54,000 babies were hospitalized. This is also common happening that we read in the news, that 360 children fell ill after consuming midday meal in government school. This is in Bangalore. Way back in 2014. Say neurologists suggest that salads are not always healthy just because bacteria can travel to the brain and form the cyst if the vegetables are improperly washed, and they can cause cysticercosis. There's a neurological problem. Say in Maharashtra, the food safety cases or the cases related to food adulteration are so high that 5,265 cases are still pending until January 15, 2018. So special hearings were held in February to address these cases. It does mean that still we are not overcoming the unsafe food. Still we are living in that zone. Say 20% of the foods sold are found to be substandard. So this is another report with respect to Indian context. Very recent, March this year, just before the lockdown this happened, 4,000 kg of adulterated paneer seized from Bihar buses. Here, now it is in 2019, Rajasthan tops in food adulteration cases. Say beware of spurious sweets and milk products served during the festive season. So because The milk is mixed with all possible adulterants such as water, chalk, urea, caustic soda, skimmed milk, and kova is adulterated with paper, refined oil, and skimmed milk powder. Say potato and vanaspati may be found to contaminate ghee, and found on the top of mithais is not silver, it is aluminum. Saffron thread decorate the mithai is not just dried and they are just dried and colored corn hair. Combining all this, what we can expect is just one big thing, that is bad stomachache, not the good health. Say it is suggestion that go for the eggs which the hens were raised cage free, which roam and eat, fed on organic diet, when they are not pumped with the antibiotics and the steroids. Dairy owners use bleach, hair bleach chemical to prolong the life of milk. So, and the most infamous again, so or which has really passed a wave in the food arena in India, that Maggi was recalled for its unsafety because it was found to contain high levels of lead and MSG. So therefore, this product was recalled for some time, and then it was released. And in fact, Madhuri Dixit, who was advertising for this product, was asked to explain how Maggi was good for health and the basis for making such claims. Poison on the plate, particularly the use of calcium carbide in fruit ripening, is carcinogenic, and still if there are some vendors using it, it is illegal. So this is how actually in the Indian context, food is still found to be unsafe. Pesticide level in veggies and fruits is very high. Literally, we are found to consume the pesticides or the poisons. Just have a look. Brinjal, chemical found heptachlor, it is 860% higher than the legal limit. Cabbage, cypermethrin, 95.5% above the legal limit. Okra, heptachlor again, 50% higher the permissible limit. Rice, chlorphenphos, 13-24% higher, very high. Cauliflower, again, apple. So all these have the chemicals higher than the permissible limit. So it is advised to consume the food at your own risk. Pesticides and hormones even are loaded on the apples. So Karnataka Lokayukta has directed the government to curb the pesticides, make the food that the people consume chemical free. And today, the glass of milk is contaminated with water, urea, and milk powder detergent, and there may be also oxytocin, which is a banned chemical. So even coloring that is used in the preparation of gobi manchuri, then metallin yellow food color added to parboiled rice, dal, and turmeric. So all of them are making our food unsafe. So amongst the meat and the meat products, what actually contaminates the meat or adulterates the meat is the dead carcasses of animals other than the animal meant to be consumed. So deliberate addition of all these toxic adulterants or unsafe foods or unintentional additives, so make the food simply a poison. So adulteration is easy money for the traders, but it is a slow poisoning or disease or death to the consumers. So in this background, looking at the issues that are bothering in India, so these are the food safety hazards, that is a biological hazard, chemical hazard, and the physical hazard about which we need to bother. Biological hazards are mainly macrobiological and microbiological, which can affect the food chain at any stage of the food production chain. Macrobiological, they are nothing but the insects, the lizard, and the pet animals. So they hardly themselves are directly posing any threat, but because of the microorganisms that they, pathogenic organisms that they harbor in them, the lizard could be poisonous. Not just because it is poisonous, the pathogenic organisms that it harbors make the food poisonous. The people about whom we need to bother to safeguard against the food safety issues is the UOP, or the vulnerable population. That is, UOP does mean very young, that is children. O, very old, that is the elderly people. P means pregnant women, and I means immunocompromised. So OP population need to be protected from the unsafe food. And it is a report, it is really horrible to learn that the children aged less than 5 years are taking the burden of 40% of the foodborne diseases. And they form just 9% of the total population in the globe. Say children aged less than 5 years form just 9% of the world population, but they are taking the burden of 40% of the foodborne diseases. That is really painful. So chemical hazards could be classified into food sensitivities and food intoxications. Say food sensitivities, wherein the individual sensitivities, the individual perception of the food to be very sensitive, and it leads to allergies in the individuals. The food intoxications, here every individual who consumes the food is vulnerable, whereas here it is an individualistic sensitive reaction, the food sensitivity. Not all the individuals are vulnerable for the food sensitivities, but as long as the chemical is high enough to accumulate in the body, so food intoxications definitely cause the food poison, make the food poison. So Big 8. So these are all the food products that are termed as those which cause the food sensitivity in many of the people. Say food intoxications could be due to food additives that are used in either preserving or for achieving certain changing the food property, functional property of the food, chemical residues, pesticides, and the heavy metal, process contaminants that are produced during the processing, and then there may be some endogenous substances that are present in the food itself. No need to get it from outside. Some of the foods are poisonous from inside. So this is a tragedy that has happened in Kerala. So endosulfan was sprayed on the cashew plantations in Kasaragod district since 1976 till 2001, regularly thrice every day in a year. So the intensive use of endosulfan resulted in a chemical disaster where actually lots of deformities were observed in the population which was exposed. Pesticide which was not easily degradable contaminated the soil and water, found its way to the food chain, affecting lower and higher forms of life in the area, including the humans. 500 people died because of this, but this is an official report. But unofficially, it is said that about 4,000 people have paid their life. Coming to the physical hazards, it could be classified into three, that is the mineral, plant, and animal. So mineral, stones, soil, it may get into the food intentionally or unintentionally, to adulterate the food to get more weight, to earn more easy money by the traders, but unintentionally if the post-harvest practices are improper. So plant, weeds, leaves, stems, twigs, all those can be a part of the food which is not consumable. And animal contamination, say you can find an insect in the food, it is an animal contamination from the insects, mites, rodents, and birds, which forms a physical hazard. So contamination and adulteration are the two phenomenon which are really worried about to make the food safe. So what are the consequences of the adulteration, the contamination? Health costs. We are paying more on the health because of the unsafe food, and then it reduces our earnings, it reduces our business, it affects our business, particularly if we are exporting the food, our export earnings are reduced. Now the global has become a village. In the globalized era, the food travels across the continents. Only the continents accept our food if it is safe, otherwise they reject. And in the last decade, between 2005 and 2010, lots of Indian grapes were rejected at the Netherlands port just because it was not safe. It was not meeting the legal requirements with respect to the pesticides. Among all the three hazards, biological hazards are the more notorious because they are more frequently reported and they affect a large number of people at a time, and they induce acute problem, severe stomachache, that's such kind of problems in the consumers. So this you can see 360 children fall sick after consuming the midday meal because the lizard, ultimately they could find a lizard in the food, which is a physical hazard. So such kind of hazards could be common in the bulk preparation, food preparation, where it happens in the places such as canteens, hotels, hostels, midday meals, or the wedding venues, or wherever there is a huge gathering and for whom the food is prepared. So the foodborne diseases, which are the more important among the three hazards, they cost in terms of money. Say the population that is affected in the European countries, 10 to 15% of the population is affected by foodborne diseases every year. In the USA, 30% of the population is affected. In developing countries, it is still higher. In India, every year, annually, 100 million people suffer from the foodborne diseases. That is about 1 in 13. Every 13 individuals will be suffering from foodborne diseases annually. Cost of illness, if you look at 2.58 billion euros in Europe, then 1.5 to 8 billion dollars in the US. That is the cost of illness. So much we are spending on because we are consuming the unsafe food, because we are getting ill. So we are spending on that. That is amounting to this much. And if you come to the Indian case, the cost of foodborne diseases is about 28 billion rupees, or 178 crores, or it is amounting to 0.5%. Food and waterborne diseases are killing nearly 2 million people in a year. So just because of the diarrhea-linked diseases, about 2 million people are dying because of the food and waterborne diseases. And if you can reduce the foodborne diseases by just 10%, you can reduce the people getting sick by 5 million. Say such foodborne diseases are more in the middle income countries, or the low income countries, or the poor countries, or the developing or the underdeveloped countries, because preparing the food with unsafe water, poor hygiene, inadequate conditions of food production, storage, lower levels of literacy education, insufficient food safety legislation, implementation of such legislation, all these are causing such problems. What the challenge, how actually we are trying to meet these challenges? What is the way forward we have as a country? Institutional setup is one of the measures that has been taken in the recent past, that we earlier had the fragmented legislation, multiple administration, multiple laws covering the to manage the food, administer the food. There was a weakness in surveillance, monitoring and enforcement of the food laws. So as back as in 1981, it was recommended for the implementation of a new food safety authority or institution to develop the institution such as Food Safety Authority. But it took nearly 2 decades after the recommendation to come into being, when Food Safety and Standards Act was passed in 2006, and as a result of which it has made a provision for the establishment of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India in 2011. So in India, the health is in the concurrent list of the Indian Constitution. That means both the center as well as the state need to take care. So here lies the main role of the states to take care, because many of the food establishments will be in the states, will be in the villages or talukas or district headquarters. They'll be coming under the state administration. So the effectiveness of the SSI is need to be realized. Still, the law is very effective, but the implementation part is lacking. The effectiveness is still not being realized. So if it is made really effective, then definitely we will be able to get the safe food. So another approach to make the food safe is the whole food chain management approach, wherein we need to identify the food safety issues with respect to types of the foods and the particular type of the food, a particular crop. Then identification and selection of the risk management options based on the food safety issues, select the management options, then implementation of the risk management decisions, and after that monitoring and reviewing about how actually this option or this risk management is working. So if you classify the foods based on the risk, say fresh fruits, vegetables, and the meat are high risk foods. cereals and pulses where you need to simply take care of the humidity in the atmosphere are the medium risk foods. Processed and the packaged foods, so where actually the traceability and the recalls are a part of it, are the low risk foods. But these particularly meat have is a maximum load of the pathogenic organisms, and they are particularly very high risk foods. So in the food safety risk management, there are three principles involved. One is the precautionary principle. Secondly, it is improvement of the crisis management, and thirdly, rapid alert system. So these are the three principles. If we are really adopting these principles effectively and implementing them effectively, then definitely we can come out of this unsafe. So first one is the precautionary principle. That is, prevention is better than cure. So most of our testing are based on the end product testing, which is the reactive testing. So end product, once it is found in the packet, once it is found in the market, if you test it, it is just testing to know whether it is safe or not. Instead, produce the food which is safe. That is precautionary principle. Adopt all the possible food safety management systems like the good agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices, GHP, good hygiene practices, and the HACCP, which is the very ultimate right now with respect to Indian context. Apply these systems throughout the chain so that definitely the food is going to be safe. That is a preventive measure than a reactive measure. Look at this. PHI, that is a pre-harvest interval. So when a chemical like Captan was sprayed on the tomato, when the tomato was harvested after 4 hours of spraying, this was the residue. 100% residue was present on the fruit. When you left the fruit in the field for 14 days after spray, there was only 32% of the residue present. Similarly, with respect to prosidimidone, this is the residue, that is 100% residue is there if the chemical is sprayed on the same day and the fruit is harvested on the same day. But if you leave a gap of 14 days, which is the pre-harvest interval, PHI, so then the residue is much reduced, much greater. So this is a good agricultural practice. We must look into the pre-harvest interval while using the chemicals, not that the cabbage that is harvested, cauliflower that is harvested is sometimes dipped in the chemical and then brought to the market. This is what I have heard, which is really very pathetic and very harmful to the consumers. So there is no regulation that takes care of such acts. Then the second aspect of risk management is the improvement of the crisis management. So there must be effective procedures to rapid recall of the food if it is found unsafe. So such a system is very nicely working in the Europe, which I have visited and which I have witnessed, and even in the North American continent, but which is still in the papers, but not very effectively implemented in the Indian subcontinent or Indian, our country. Then the third is the risk management. Third part of the risk management is the rapid alert system, where the member countries will intimate the other member countries of the organization, or like in the Europe, the risk, if it is existing in one member country, member nation, will intimate to the Commission, okay, European Union, European Food Safety Commission, about the Hello, Jamil?
Yes, sir.
Hearing?
Slide show, please. Slide show. Yes, sir. Visible.
Visible. Slide is visible now?
Visible now, sir.
Okay.
Rapid alert system.
Fine. Thank you so much. So they share the information. If there is some problem with the food, then the member countries will take the rapid management action. So that this is an alert system that is introduced, that is present in such countries. Then the ethics in food safety, that is what is lacking in our country. So food during the olden days was just grabbed by hunting. So the early man was following hunting to gather his food, and later when agriculture was introduced, he was growing the food for himself. There was no poisoning happening. But later, people started growing crops and exchanging crops. Then business came into it. When the business came into it, all sorts of malpractices began. But now, what the rice we are eating, what the wheat we are consuming, what the fruits we are consuming, we are not growing. We are getting them from somewhere. So we really do not know about how safely they are grown, unlike the old man who was growing the food for himself. Changes have emerged in the food field where the food material has become a raw material for the industries. So food was not just grown and it was just ground at home and it was consumed in the form of roti, chapati. That is not there now. We are simply getting the ready to prepare wheat flour available in the market, or the wheat we get it to flour, but we are not growing it. We do not know the history of it. And we have simply become the consumers indirectly acting from a distance on the systems of food production. We all have become the consumers on the food which is grown somewhere else, which whose identity is really unknown. We are not sure about the identity, like our Aadhaar card we use and we ensure our identity. There is no identity that can ensure that this food is from this place, this food is so safe, nothing like that. And we are transforming the food raw material into various processed foods, which involves lots of ingredients into it. So there is a transformation in the shape of the food. So the wheat is no more wheat, the rice is no more wheat, the fruit is no more fruit. It has been transformed into some other product. You can look at here. So the fruit is transformed into juice and nicely packed. Ketchup, jam. So there is a transformation that is happening in the food. We are really not finding, though it is a jam that is made out of apple and the other fruits, there is a mixed fruit jam. We are not able to recognize any fruit in it. They're all there in it. They are transformed into some other shape. So this has demanded the labeling. This change that has occurred in the food field has demanded labeling. Why actually the labeling demand has increased worldwide, and it should be still more implemented, still more taken very seriously in the Indian context, because there is an increased distance between the production and the consumption. So that's what actually we do not know the history of the food. Then there is a massive production of the novel foods. No, so many foods we are finding. If we visit a supermarket, we find the shelves, tens of shelves that are reserved only for the ready to cook, ready to eat foods. So there is a massive production of the novel foods, and then there is a consumer dependence on the food providers, because we are not growing, we are not cultivating, we are not the producers of our own food, we are dependent. Then because of the increasing population, because of the need to use the, get the higher yield, desire to get the higher yield, we are using the pesticides, we are using the fertilizers, we are using the food additives to preserve the foods, preservatives, and there is also a biotechnological approach of genetic modification to increase the food, which is also sometimes reserved as a risky practice. Genetic modification is also reserved as a risky practice. So with all this, we are producing the doubtful, dubious food, problematic food, about which we do not know, about which we are now suspicious, doubtful, we are dubious. Okay, so the food ethic, which differentiates the food as the good or the bad, that is the binary logic. Okay, this food is good, this food is bad. So in order to make it, we require the labeling practice. Once it is labeled, it is governed by certain regulations, food regulations. So because we just cannot put the label unless we are licensed by a food authority. So once you are labeling, your claims are scrutinized. You are subjected to scrutiny about your claims. So labeling practices are very important to ensure the safety of the food. So for the public health, public safety, and also to have achieve the economy, that is in terms of domestic sales or the international sales, and also to keep the environment safe. So in order to identify morally the food that is buried out of sight, labeling has become a necessity. Labeling has become a necessity in order to make the food known, whose production remains buried out of sight. So as I did mention, initial food sources are transformed into final products whose original identity is not able to be known, which have lost their identity at all. Say tomato ketchup, we do not know whether it is tomato or there is some papaya pulp mixed in it, potato pulp mixed in it, or bottle gourd pulp mixed in it. We do not know, because it has been transformed. Once they are regulated, so they are subjected to scrutiny. Once they label, make the claim, so they are under the scrutiny of the food authority, and this should strictly happen in the country, and it is not so happening in our country. So when I was talking about the food morals, food ethics, so we all have learned from our childhood about the moral stories. Say we learnt about Ramayana, we learnt about Mahabharata, about what is good and what is bad. So we say Duryodhana was a bad man, Arjuna was good, Krishna was good. Similarly, in Ramayana, we talk about Ravana, and we talk about Rama, where we differentiate between them as good and bad. So morals are about emphasizing an individual, building qualities in an individual about doing good. Okay, so ethics is different from the morals in that it forms a set of rules that are adopted by a group of people. Ethics form a set of rules which are adopted by a group of people. Say, for example, medical ethics. So those who are practicing medicine, all the doctors should follow the medical ethics. Teachers, all the teachers who are teaching the students must follow the ethics of the teachers. Similarly, students must not copy in the examinations, because there are ethics to be followed by the students. Similarly, food producers, food providers, food processors, farmers or traders, manufacturers or the retailers, all of them must follow these ethics. Why actually we are coming across such a news of a food adulteration is because of lack of ethics in food production, lack of ethics in food manufacturing, lack of ethics in preserving the food. Say, adulteration of food is not good, is a moral. That's what actually we can learn. That's what actually we know as an individual, good individual one. But adulteration is not ethical. Adulteration of food is not good, is a moral. Adulteration of food is not ethical, is a ethics that should be followed by the food manufacturer, ethics that should be followed by the food provider or the food grower. So it is because of the lack of food ethics that we are all facing this problem. Unsafe food is mainly, if everyone is true to their heart to produce the safe food, I think there is no need for any regulation. So it is because of the lack of the ethics in the food production, there is a need for the strict regulations, and not only the regulations, there should be also change in the mindset of the people to provide good food. If that comes, I think we will be all able to get the good food. Say, consumers are the crucial entity. They are the final recipients of the good food or the safe food. But still, consumer is not a uniform group. Consumer is not a uniform group. Say, if you look at China, it provides the goods to many countries, and the developed countries, the quality that is providing is different than it provides to, it was pushing to India. So because it looks at the consumers. So consumer is the final entity, and it is not a uniform group. So it is the educational background, the information access that the consumers receive, the economic status of the consumers, and the customs and the way of life they follow are all different, and this makes them to have different beliefs, different food habits, and different attitudes about various situations. So food safety cannot be achieved by any individual, cannot be even achieved by law alone. it is the combined effort of the people who are living in a country, people who are living on the globe, in a small locality, whatever. So the WHO is the leader in the food safety. It lays the foundation for the food safety. And then the member countries of the WHO will have to make a national commitment to the food safety. Then in a country, say the government has its own role to make the food safe. The industry or the manufacturer, the producer, whoever have their own role to make the food safe, whether using food manufacturing practices or agricultural practices, HACCP, whatever. And then the consumers do have a role. They cannot just escape. Consumers also have a role in making their food safe. Okay, in terms of these responsibilities, there must be active consumer groups. There must be community participation, safe food practices at home. We may bring the food safe from the market, but if we are not really keeping it safe, then we are the people responsible for making the food unsafe, not the one until the in that chain up to that point. So the food safety is a shared responsibility. So in order to make the food safe for all of them should take the responsibility, the government, the industry, and the consumer. So this picture, what you are seeing, is termed as Food Safety Temple. Food Safety Temple, which was authored by Kefferstein in 2003. So only with which we can make the food really safe for the consumers. Almost I'm coming towards the end of my presentation. Just look at this. Say a customer will be calling to get the his printer repaired. So he says to the customer service that our printer is not working. Then the customer service personnel says, what is wrong with it? Then the caller says, mouse is jammed in the printer. The customer service person says, mouse? No, I can't believe printers don't have a mouse. Are you fool? But the caller says, yeah, yes, I will send a picture to you. Please wait and see. Just look at that. So there is a mouse that is jammed in the printer. So what is the meaning? What is the morality? What is the moral of this? Customer is always right. Listen to him, listen to her thoroughly and believe what he or she is saying. It means that now there is all over the globe, in the country, there is a cry about the natural foods. There is a cry about the chemical-free foods. It does mean that the customer has noticed something wrong with these unsafe foods. Customers has noticed something wrong with the hazards that are caused by the various agents such as the biological, chemical, and the physical agents, and the malpractices such as contamination and the adulteration. So we need to eat the safe food so that the safe food will be the medicine. If we are going to eat the unsafe food, then the medicine will become our food. So with this, I end my talk. Food safety is everyone's business. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very informative, excellent presentation, fantabulous presentation. These are not my words, sir. These are words which were put in the chat box.
Thank you so much, Jamil. Thank you.
And my words are also the same, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulate you for delivering a very informative presentation, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You started with the dentist and a pani puri, and ended with the you made the topic very serious, and later on ended with a very lighter mode. It was very nice, informative, very good presentation, sir.
Thank you so much. And I could spend more than 12 to 14 hours from yesterday morning. I woke up at 2:30 in the night to make the slides really interesting, make the presentation really meaningful.
Yes, sir. We are honored to have you as a speaker, sir.
Thank you so much, Jamil. Thank you.
Sir, we have one or two questions.
Yes, please.
Dr. Shivilila Kuknur, she has a question, and I quote her: in this diverse population, how to overcome these hazards, biological hazards, physical hazards.
Okay, fine. So it means that whether the population, I have quoted actually a survey. So where actually 200 vendors in Hyderabad city were surveyed with respect to the compliance of the food safety standards. So in the high income group area, they were following all the regulations. They were registered. They were wearing all the masks, aprons and all the food safety measures they were taking. But in the low income group areas, they were not following. This should be stopped. This should be stopped. Whether it is for the poor or the rich, the regulation should be the same. Okay, it should be strictly implemented, whether it is a high income group area or a low income group area, that is immaterial. And even with respect to the production, whether it is a small company or a big company, rule should be the same. So one should be brought to the same scale, then definitely the things work.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. You also told that food safety is everyone's business. And you also answered her question in precautionary principles, improvement of crisis management, and rapid alert system
Yes.
would answer those problems.
Yes.
We have another question, sir, from Dr. A.S. Police Patil, and it will be the last question.
Yeah.
When do you advise the farmers to go for spraying of chemicals?
Yeah, it should be based on the PHI. So every pack of chemical, every pack of the pesticide will have PHI. So that number of days mentioned on it, one must look into that label. So pre-harvest interval is labeled. It is present on the label. So it may be 21 days or 28 days or 7 days. So if PHI is 7 days, then it is going to be the more safe chemical. If the PHI is 20 days and you are spraying that chemical just before the harvest, I think that is going to be the worst part of making the food unsafe. So one must look into the PHI on the label. I think the farmers really do not know. Simply they are bothered about the insect and the disease that they are existing on the field, on their crops, and simply they are flooding the crop with the pesticides, not the water, even with the pesticide. They are flooding the crop with the pesticides so that there will be a huge residue, as I did mention in one of the slides, that in rice, it is 1,360% higher than the legal limit in rice, which we really don't believe. We always say that cauliflower, cabbage, brinjal, and tomato are having loaded with the chemicals. It is not just the vegetables, even the cereals such as rice. It is loaded with very high level of chemicals. So one must follow the PHI to make the food really safe for the consumer with the chemical present in them within the legal limit. Yes, Jamil.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir.
Hello, good morning.
Sir, I request the participants to restrict to chat box for the questions. Otherwise, we will have the audio problem. Could you please restrict to the chat box? And if you are not able to answer it live, we will answer your questions through email and WhatsApp group for surely. We will have the chat questions noted down and we'll answer it to you. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to conclude the webinar in time. I request the participants to restrict to questions in chat box only. Okay, I thank Dr. S.L. Jagdish, sir.
Jamil,
sir,
may
please,
I know how much time
question
I did
is there in chat box, please answer.
Yes, Jamil.
Sir, Jagdish, sir, you are asking something.
Yeah. May I know how much time I did take? I don't know actually. I did not see that map.
Sir, you started at 11:03 and ended at 11:47.
Oh, it took more time. Sorry.
It's okay, sir. As you were our first speaker.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
One more question is there in chat, please answer.
Okay, we will answer it in a email response or a chat box response or WhatsApp group response. Please, sir. Okay, we will move on to the next speaker. I thank Dr. S.L. Jagdish, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Preeti Palpandian, and her topic is role of fruits and vegetables for meeting nutritional security in India. Dr. Preeti Palpandian,
Sir, can you
are
hear
you
me,
there?
sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear
Okay.
me, sir?
I request Dr. Deepa Tirdar to introduce the next speaker to us.
Our next speaker, Dr. Preeti Palpandian, is a young scientist working in the field of horticulture. She completed her graduation from Horticulture College, Periyakulam, and she pursued her post-graduation and doctoral degree in fruit science from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Coimbatore. She got selected for ARS under fruit science discipline in the year 2013. She had a wide range of research experience during her services at various institutions, namely ICR, Indian Institute of Soil and Water Conservation in Dehradun, ICR, Indian Institute of Oil Palm Research in Pedagavi, and ICR, Directorate of Cashew Research in Puttur. Her research expertise includes improvement, production, value addition, and utilization of horticultural waste. She has actively conducted various field demonstrations related to processing and value addition of cashew apple for the benefit of local farmers. She also published 9 research papers, 2 review papers in peer-reviewed journals, along with 2 book chapters and 7 technical bulletins. Ma'am, I thank you very much and share your views with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, whether the screen is shared, sir?
Yes, your screen is visible. Can you slide show?
Yes, yes, sir. Yeah.
Next slide.
Good morning, all. I especially thank the Vice Chancellor of UHS Bagalkot and the organizers of this seminar for giving me the chance to present the topic on role of fruits and vegetables for meeting the nutritional security in India. Before going for this topic, we have to know about the food and also the health. So why food is important? There is a classic example why the food is important means this is because of a very big famine in India, which happened in the middle of the 20th century. So there was an acute shortage of food, which leads to starvation and hunger, and because of severe drought. And this lead us to import lot of food grains from other countries, but though the import is sufficient, we could not distribute among the needy people, and also the purchasing capacity of the people was very low, so we could not meet out the demand of food. So this leads to a very big disastrous famine called Bengal famine in our country. So food is very important. And why health is important? Whether we all are healthy, though we are consuming very good food, filling food, but the water what we are drinking, whether they are hygienic, the pollution, the environment where we are living, whether they are hygiene. So these questions comes. So we cannot, if we are not sure of good drinking water and good living environment, then we should improve our immunity, boost our immunity through food. So when we compare these food and also health for boosting our immunity, how we can do, then comes the role of fruits and vegetables. So there are two different terminologies, food and nutrition. Though they are food and nutrition or two different terminologies, whatever the food we are eating, the food should be nutritional food. That should be a nutritional food. So filling alone is not important. The nutritional ability of the food to supply, and the bioavailability of the nutrition is also very important. So, according to the survey conducted by World Cancer Research Fund, those who are consuming less fruits and vegetables or nil fruits and vegetables, they are highly prone to diseases, especially like cardiovascular diseases and also the cancer
Preeti
diseases.
madam,
Yes, sir.
your slideshow is not running. Can you slideshow? Click on the slideshow.
Sir, which slide is it showing, sir? Roll of fruits and vegetables?
Yeah, it is visible. That is
Yeah,
visible.
yeah, that is the slide, sir. I'm talking about that slide only.
Okay, fine. You go on. But you slideshow the PowerPoint.
Yes, sir. It is. I think it is in slideshow mode.
There are some two messages being shown on the top. Protected view notice.
Protected.
You just click on enable editing and activate. She's stating it is slideshow. Yes, it is slideshow, Preeti madam.
Sir, now it is slide. Now it is slideshow.
Okay, you can go on. Carry on.
Yeah. So it is very important that fruits and vegetables are essential. Not only, it is having a historical view that fruits are rich in minerals, fibers, vitamins, etc. But after this 1997 survey by World Cancer Research Fund, they are very particular about the phytochemicals or the secondary metabolites present in the fruits and vegetables, so that they can go for boosting the immunity and they can prevent themselves by causing the cardiovascular and the cancerous diseases. That's why the fruits and vegetables are called as chemopreventers, and by then the fruits and vegetables, the name of the fruits and vegetables have been changed from essential food to functional or protective foods. So, okay, if we are consuming, if we are talking about fruits and vegetables, how much we should consume and how we have to consume. So there is always a recommendation that we should take 3 to 5 or even 6 meals per day with a regular interval. So when comes how much we have to take, the recommendation by Indian Council of Medical Research recommends the amount of fruit should be 150 grams per day and the vegetable should be 350 grams per day. So when this comes, whether the production in India is sufficient to meet out the per capita availability of Indians. So here comes, yes. According to the survey conducted in the past 2 to 3 years, the per capita availability of fruits and vegetable is 200 gram per fruit is 200 gram and vegetable is 378 gram. So this is sufficient. But when the post-harvest loss comes, the per capita availability reduced to 126, and for vegetables it is 286. So this is a significantly equal to the on par with the recommendation by ICAR. But when we concentrate more on post-harvest technology, we can meet out even more, that is 200 and 378 for fruits and vegetables respectively. And why it is so important? Actually, when we come to the phytochemicals and also the essential nutrients in fruits and vegetables, it has an array of important in functioning the body. For example, these are all the examples.
Madam,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry to disturb you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
The slides are not rolling. Your slide is stuck on roll of fruits and vegetables.
Oh. I think the internet problem is there.
No, internet is working fine.
Yeah, yes.
Check with your PowerPoint, madam.
Sir, shall I share the slides from here, sir?
Yes, you can do it. Shall I make you a co-host?
So you can make it.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Please end the screen sharing there so that I can.
Okay, Dr. Vijay Rakesh, you are made co-host. You can now share the screen.
Yeah, 1 minute, sir.
I request the speakers to send your PowerPoints to our mail fooddaywebinar@gmail.com to avoid these problems of sharing. I request the next speakers, Dr. Jayalakshmi Madam and Dr. Chandrasekhar Sir has already sent. Okay, yes, now it is fine.
It's fine, sir.
Madam, you can go on.
The next slide, please. Yeah. So when it is coming to fruits and vegetables, so already I have elaborated that why it is important in the field of medicine, and if you take the Ayurvedic medicine also, I mean they decide the diseases by the proportion between the different doshas, air, water, and fire. So here there also fruits and vegetable was mentioned as one of the great pacifying agent, and we can balance these three and we can reduce the diseases. Next slide. When coming to nutrition wise, there are fruits are already rich in dietary fibers, and it reduces the risk of cardiovascular. And some of the sources of fruits and vegetables are beans, avocado, dates, passion fruit, pomegranate. Edama is nothing but the immature soybean parts, and parsnips is similar kind of carrot, and artichokes. Coming to vitamin B, it reduces the risk of having a childbirth with brain and spinal cord problems, and also the heart diseases. Fruits and vegetables, some of the sources are peas, cooked spinach, and greater northern beans, and asparagus. When we are consuming this type of vegetable seeds and beans, we have to, we are talking about the nutritional factor, and also we have to concentrate on anti-nutritional factor also. These beans and the pulses which are rich in phytic acid, and these phytic acid is an anti-nutritional component. And when there are some steps, we can reduce the phytic acid component and we can increase the availability of minerals in those foods. So we can go for soaking, cooking, or sprouting. One of such method should be followed while consuming these type of vegetable seeds. Next slide. So potassium, which helps in maintaining the healthy blood pressure, and we all know that banana is a very good source of potassium, and apart from that, sweet potato, green leafy vegetable of beetroots, white potatoes, and white beans, lima beans, cooked beans, which are all the greatest source of potassium. Next. Vitamin A is rich in fruits like sweet potato, especially the potatoes which are rich in xanthophylls, pumpkins, carrots, spinach, turnip greens, and mustard, kale, winter squash, cantaloupes are some of the greatest source of vitamin A. So vitamin C is the best antioxidants. We were mentioning about the phytochemicals, and phenols, vitamin C, or ascorbic acid, we can call ascorbic acid, which are all the greatest source of antioxidants, and it can be very well reduced the coronary heart diseases and boost our immune system. And we all know that antioxidants have a great role in reducing the aging by scavenging the reactive oxidant species from our body. So these are all some of the sources of vitamin C in fruits and vegetables. Next slide. So when we are talking about the phytochemicals, the color comes first. The pigments which are present in the fruits and vegetables, which not only attract the birds and insects for pollination, but also have a great role in in maintaining the human health also. So when we are talking about the all these nutritional value, these colors have a great role in maintaining the human health and sound body and sound mind. In addition to the ICR recommendation, that is fruits and vegetables of grams, colors also is very much important. So taking colored fruit a day, any colored fruit a day is very important. When it comes to purple color, we all know the fruits and it reduces the risk because it has the anthocyanin has the property of anti-cancerous and also the anti-aging. It helps in preventing prevents the formation of blood clots, and it is good for heart, and it also increases the memory function, and also it helps in anti-aging. So some of the fruits are blackberries, blueberries, black currants, purple fig, purple cabbage, raisins, then asparagus are some of the greatest source of this anthocyanin pigments. Green color comes means we all know it is chlorophyll. Chlorophyll also has a strong role in maintaining the human health, and some of the vegetables which promotes some of the characteristics of chlorophyll is it promotes the calcium accumulation in bone, teeth, and it improves the vision, and it may lower the risk of some types of cancer. So these are all some of the richest source of fruits, richest source of chlorophylls: avocado, green apple, green grapes, honeydew, kiwi fruit, lime, and green pears. When come to vegetables, it is artichoke, asparagus, broccoli, Brussels sprout, and some of the onion, green onions, peas, etc. White, we may not consider white, but white is the base color for all other colors. So we cannot omit the fruits which are white in color because they are rich in phenols. So some of the fruits like banana, brown pear, fresh dates, white nectarines and peaches. Then when vegetables, cauliflower, garlic, ginger, jicama is nothing but it is a turnip which is very low in sclerites and commonly grown in African countries. Mushrooms, onions, and white fleshed potato and turnip, white corns. This we can consume for white color. Next slide. Xanthophylls and carotenoids. Carotenoids are the representative of yellow and green color, and these fruits and vegetables are beneficial for heart and good vision and boost our immune system, and it lowers the risk of cancer. These are all some of the fruits which are predominant in xanthophylls and carotenoids: yellow apple, apricot, dried apricots or fresh apricots, cantaloupes, green grapefruit, lemons, mangoes, nectarines, oranges, papayas, peaches. When it comes to vegetable, it is squashes, carrot, yellow bell pepper, pumpkin, then sweet corn, etc. are some of the fruits which are rich in yellow color, carotenoids and xanthophylls. When come to red color, it also lycopene is the predominant factor for the red color, and these are all some of the fruits which are rich in lycopenes and anthocyanins. So whatever the fruits and vegetables we want to consume, we already talked about the food security and nutritional security, and now we can say we can differentiate between the eat and consumption. Consumption is the term which you can consume lot of food, and the food may be nutritious or not having a good nutritional property. But eat is a terminology which have some emotion, and you have to take the food with full of ecstasy, and the food which are nutritious, that can only be eaten. So thank you very much for the patience listening.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Preeti Madam, for your very informative slides, which were very informative, and the slide presentation was very good. And you enlightened us about the importance of consumption of fruits and vegetables as they possess different nutrients. And you also told us about the importance of including fruits and vegetables of different colors. Including fruits and vegetables with rainbow of colors is important for maintaining our good health. And you also told us about the importance of difference between eating and consumption. We have to eat it with ecstasy. Thank you very much, madam. We had a very nice listening to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So some of them are asking for the slides. I will share you the slides, sir.
Okay. I would like to compliment you for your will for delivering this talk even after being on leave, on maternity leave. I appreciate your will. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Next speaker is Dr. Srimati Jayalakshmi madam. To introduce her, I call upon Dr. Deepa Terdad to introduce madam to the participants.
Yes, now it's a good news. Dr. Srimati Jayalakshmi Madam is a scientist, teacher, Vidushi, clinical nutritional consultant, and medical astrologer, popularly known as Moving Encyclopedia. Presently, she is a director at Prajnanam Vedic Center, which is her own visionary organization to upscale Vedic technology. She gained her postgraduate and doctorate in food science and nutrition from the University of Agriculture Science, Dharwad. Having had the experience of 26 years, worked in different capacities like research, teaching, and consultancy in the era of nutrition and medical astrology, and also expertise in conventional, clinical, and community nutrition. Madam was also associated as a scientist researcher in collaborative projects of the University of Netherlands and also Karnataka University, Dharwad. She was also as a researcher at US Dharwad and BAIF, India. She was also associated as Chief Clinical Nutritionist and in charge in the Department of Nutrition at Sri Jaidev Institute of Cardiovascular Science and Research, Bangalore. She has published many scientific research papers on clinical, conventional, and community nutrition. Also collaborated with many of the research projects. She also involved in human empowerment training and projects programs. And she also involved with Karnataka Judicial Academy, High Court of Karnataka, and she is a youngest panel member in training judges for health and personality development. Madam is also a panel member and resource person for nutrition and health projects for transgender service Karnataka, traditional is also as a resource person with Ayush Karnataka. To her credit, she has released audio CDs in Bhakti Sangeeta and music therapy CDs for different disease and disorders. Honored with recognized awards, namely Dr. B.C. Roy Memorial Award for her clinical nutrition work and Bale Bharat Excellency Award for music therapy, Swarakala Prashasti Puraskar for Vedas, music and Parampara, etc. By making use of foresaid aspect, Madam helped more than 150,000 sadhakas in coping with physical, mental, emotional issues of human entity, which in turn paving way to build and evolve healthy society. Ma'am, it's our great honor to have a multi-talented and unique lady like you, and I want you to pass on the lineage of excellence to all our attendees. Thank you, Madam.
Jayalakshmi Madam, can you please share the slides?
Slides. Hello.
Yes, Madam, we are hearing.
He's asking to share the slides.
Yes, yes, please.
Can you hear me?
We are hearing you, Madam.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Your audio is clear.
Just a minute, we're going to share it.
Please share your slides.
Just a minute.
Okay, Madam. Take your time.
Hello.
Yes, Madam, we are hearing you.
Hello, sir. Sir, it is coming host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay, Madam, now you can share.
Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir?
It is starting, Madam. Yes, visible, Madam.
Slides go more. Okay.
Madam, please click on the slideshow button.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, sir. Can you see it, sir?
Yes, Madam. Yes. Okay. You can go on, Madam.
Okay.
Over to you.
Yes. Just a second, sir. I'll switch on the video.
Please.
Last one, Movita. I think. So.
Yes, yes. Your video is visible.
Start my. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
Slides are visible. You can go on, Madam.
Yes, sir. Just a second, sir. From the beginning. Okay. Hello. Can I start the session now?
Over to you, Madam.
Avanti, just how to go with the slides, further slides? Just clicking, that's all. Yeah. To go back? No, you can start from the first. This is the first slide. This is the first slide. Yeah. Yeah. And the session is going to start now? Yeah, it has already started. Madam, already started.
You can begin.
Yeah. Namaste. Good morning and good afternoon to everyone. Today's topic is integrated nutritional approach towards healthy life. See, whenever we study any faculty, maybe PhD in nutrition, maybe a doctor in Ayurveda, maybe a conventional studies, we find deep things, deep technical things, but not being cross-pollinated. By virtue of my experience, and also our ancestors, our parents, even farmers, even housewives at home, they will be doing a lot of scientific based things, but in a crude manner. But they may not be knowing the scientific authentications. That's why I would like to claim as farmer scientists, housewife scientists, right? So when after we studied, after we exposed to all these areas like nutritional issues, food science, dietetics, and Ayurveda-based nutrition, conventional aspects of nutrition, so a lot of amazing things. See, when we go to Ayurveda, they go on Dhatu theories, Vata, Pitta, Kapha. When we talk of nutritional issues, we go with the dietary guidelines in terms of dietary principles, nutrients, all this under the faculty of food science, nutrition, and dietetics. And we speak of recommended dietary allowance, and we take age, sex, basal metabolic rates, workload, and region, season, a lot of things into dietary principles. When we go to Ayurveda, or conventional part, they take the issues as Vata, Pitta, Kapha. What is this? These three are the basic dhatus or principles they work upon. So when I cross-pollinated, because being a doctorate and postgraduate from University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad in nutrition, of course, I studied the scientific research part of, a lot of things with vitamins, minerals, carbohydrates, proteins and everything. And when I shifted as a teacher, as a professor in naturopathy, yoga and Ayurveda faculty, they work upon dhatu base where it is fact based. Because Ayurveda has the history of 5,000 years. Of course, our dietetics part, our modern nutrition has got, after Leviser, who is father of modern nutrition, evolved all these theories, which is an amazing faculty. When I cross-pollinated with the body composition like Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and also the native aspects of modern nutritional issues, it is an amazing faculty. And the nutritional approach towards preventive and curative aspect of health, it is almost near to absolute aspect. That's why, see, I have mentioned Ayurveda goes with individual specific physiological configuration based on, of course, on Rutu Chakra. Hence, integratively, both the concepts be cross-pollinated and integrated, which paves the way for perfect curative, preventive, nutritional approach towards near absolute health. Now, I'm going to pick the classification of different principles, that is Vata, Pitta, Kapha. See, just a minute. Vata classified, that is air element. In major we claim, but it has got two subcategories, like, air and ether, that is Vayu and Akash in Sanskrit, Pitta as fire, Kapha as water, and earth, that is Jala and Prithvi in Sanskrit Paribhasha. That is the old version where Ayurveda, Sanskrit version, not the old version, Sanskrit version where the Ayurveda people use. See, Jala is water, Prithvi is earth, Agni is Pitta, that is fire, and Vayu and Akasha is classified as air and ether. Okay. See, coming to the specific configurations. See, whenever we go with the specific configuration issues, particularly in Ayurveda, see, they look at diagnosis. Of course, we go with the bodily configurations, age, sex, altered physiological conditions, the region where we are living, and the genetic modulations, genetic composition, which is evolved after the dietary practices after 10 generations. See, whenever we speak of genes, so the genes will be stabilized if at all you follow the dietary habits at a stretch, 10 generations. See, the gene part will be stabilized. That's what is the research on under the faculty of eugenics. Eugenics is nutrition and genes. Genes, the impact of nutritional aspect on genes. So like that, the modern nutritional aspects is on. But when you come to the native medical faculty like naturopathy, Ayurveda, they work upon 5 elemental theories, that is Agni, Vayu, Akasha, Jala, Prithvi, whereas Ayurveda has Vata, Pitta, Kapha, that is air, fire, and also earth elements. See, it is more than 5,000 years old, on this principle. It is fact based. Because whenever we take up the research, we go with the results, as inference. You know the difference between inference and fact? Inference is answer with doubt, whereas fact comes by virtue of experience, long run experience, where the American people, they have started maybe 40 years before this faculty of fact-based result as action research. But in our Indian system of medical faculty, our nutritional faculty, it's a whole system of research where thousand years of research, rather than conducting research, the experience comes to the end point of fact. That's why, based on these experiences, the father of Ayurveda medical faculty, Charakanshu Shuddha, they have classified the nature of Vata Prakriti, that is air. See, I heard the inaugural speech by the registrar and also the one more honorable person. I mean, I can't remember the name. See, Sarvagnas say, ಒಂದ್ ಹೊತ್ತು ಉಣ್ಣೋ ಯೋಗಿ, ಎರಡು ಹೊತ್ತು ಉಣ್ಣೋ ಭೋಗಿ, ಮೂರೊತ್ತು ಉಣ್ಣೋ ರೋಗಿ, ನಾಲ್ಕು ಹೊತ್ತು ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋರು ಹೊತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಲೈಕ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್, ಸಿ ಗಾದೆ ಮಾತು ವೇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮಾನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, taking all these faculties, the things have been done factfully 5,000 to 6,000 years before. This research we call as action research, where the Americans have introduced this recently. Coming to Vata Prakriti, where the person who is predominated with Vata. See, in the cosmos, in the nature, on this earth globe, the people are classified, maybe 20% with Vata, 20% with Pitta, that is fire, and 20% with air, that is Vayu Tattva, 20% with Akasha Tattva, ether element, 20% with fire element, 20% with water or Jala Tattva, 20% with Prithvi Tattva or Kapha. See, Vata is a subjective term where we classify as air and ether, that is Vayu and Akash. Prithvi is generalized where we configure it as water and also earth, Jala and earth. See, fire is Pitta. See here, even nutritionally to claim what all the nutrients they require, what is their BMR level, what is their toxin level, what is the nutrient they need in more. Because whenever we speak of scurvy, which happened because of vitamin C deficiency, we speak of kwashiorkor and marasmus that happened because of protein and carbohydrate deficiency. And also we speak of a lot of things and we get dyslipidemia, high cholesterol. See, we accordingly, we reset the dietary habits, and accordingly, as a nutritionist, as a clinical nutritionist, as a scientist, as a professor, we are going to recommend the nutritional therapy. That is what under modern nutritional aspect. See, when you imbibe this base, this platform, this highly scientifically based platform with this alternate faculty of medicine, that is Ayurveda, it is an easy task to configure the one system or physiological issues and prone diseases to correct in advance. That's why this acts almost near to absolute, the preventive part, of course, even for curative part. That's why I'm going to explain what is Vata Prakriti. What is if the person is predominated with air and ether. I have not done air and ether again fragmentatively because of time constraint. I'm trying my best to simplify, to give more stuff scientifically in a simple manner. I mean, looking at the audience and also the other part of the audience scenario. So coming to Vata Prakriti, see, whenever we speak of basal metabolic rate, what is basal metabolic rate? BMR claims directly the energy requirement by a particular type of human configuration. Suppose I may have high BMR, or maybe Bhuneshwari may be having maybe low BMRs. Maybe some person may be having flexing BMRs. See, accordingly, the nutritional requirement correlates, and that person requires a particular type of nutrient in excess and a particular type of nutrient in moderate, particular type of nutrient maybe meager, maybe less. So first I'm going to explain Vata Prakriti. See, they have flexing BMR. Sometimes they have too low BMR. Sometimes they have very high BMR. See, whenever the high BMR goes, they draw a lot of calories, right? because they are hyper. Why they are so hyper? See, when you look at their hormone, they have high cortisol levels. Cortisol is the hormone which leads to a higher level of stress. Cortisol in moderate helps to cope up with the tension. Positively, cortisol is required to cope up with the stress. Even we have cortisol in moderate. That will be released in moderate for the person who is predominated with earth, not with the person predominated with air. Vata Prakriti. So they have high cortisol. That's why they are very hyper naturally because of their hyper tendency. This is all, genetically made issues sometimes, not all the time, sometimes by virtue of my experience, because I'm speaking in the part of integrative approach. So that's why whenever the cortisol goes high, they draw a lot of vitamin C. Under modern scenario, we claim how much vitamin C is required, 60 milligrams, right? Whereas the person who is predominated with Vata, Vayu, they may need 120 mg, they may need 180 mg based on their BMR fluxes. Of course, you are not supposed to take more than 250 mg vitamin C because it leads to vitamin C toxicity, though it is water soluble vitamins. That I'm going to speak maybe in the further discussion, maybe if the time permits. And even whenever we speak of nutritional approach, it is not only the nutrient requirement, the whole dinachari, the whole daily regime, counts. Even the sleep regimes, because whenever we sleep, the body's regenerating tendency will be high. The oxytocin, endorphin, serotonin release will be balanced, so that the next day we get up with very good hunger, very beautiful hunger. We feel hungry and crave to eat, food. That's why even in our tradition, even our ancestors used to tell, if you feel hungry, it means that you are healthy. How you feel hungry? If you sleep good. That's why whenever you think of Vata Prakriti, then their sleep hygiene, whenever you think of their, sleep of their sleep patterns, that is sleep hygiene, see, they don't get sleep so easily because of high cortisols. That's why they require sleep-inducing nutrient through milk source, that is tryptophan. That's why, as our ancestors used to tell, hannannu tindu halannu kudiri, eat fruits and drink milk. They never used to claim drink only milk. If you drink only milk in the night, that because of tyrosine release mechanism, your oxytocin hormone will go high, you don't sleep. If you eat some carbohydrates, like maybe little rice, maybe little poha, maybe bananas, which is carbohydrate dense, if you eat carbohydrate, then you drink milk, it leads to tryptophan release mechanism, in turn leads to the secretion of melatonin, which is a sleep-inducing chemical produced in human body. So that's why whenever you are hyper, whenever you are too much stressed, whenever you're so, moving, you don't get sleep because of high secretion of cortisol. That's why they need, of course, sleep-inducing nutrients in excess. This is what is the fact-based thing in conjunction with our modern nutritional aspects. What all the sleep-inducing? They say maybe tryptophans and high-quality protein with high biological values, protein of high biological values. It is there in milk, it is there in egg, it is there in green grams. Of course, we go with milk source because it is fluid, easily digestible because of its high biological value and also amino acid configurations. Then I'm speaking of Vata Prakriti. Please be attentive. And also they need more of Madhura Ahara, like sweets, which reduces the heat production in the body. Because for Vata Prakriti, because they have high BMR, fluxing BMR, their body heat production will be very high, their toxin level will be very high. That's why they need to be detoxified very frequently. And Vata people love to eat the foods where it produces high heat, like tur dal, eggs, non-vegetarian foods, wheat, they're all the foods. Some varieties of jawar, they produce more of heat. Whereas when we speak in terms of nutritional aspects, modern nutritional aspects, we think eat jawar, eat ragi for lunch, eat this thing. But for this Vata, they need the food which calms down, which reduces their body heat level. That is body thermogenesis level, so that their cortisol level will be little normalized. Their BMR, fluxing BMR will be under balance. See, they need Madhura Ahara, like sweets. Madhura means, which is very pleasant or sweet, like, rice, red rice, like custard apple in terms of fruit, sapota. Even, it is a horticulture university. Even you must be knowing the nutritional composition. If you go to grapes, it is rich in sorbitol, which is an alcohol. Sorbitol, it induces sleep, right? It is madhura and also which is relaxing. They may need more of grapes, and also custard apple, that is very sweet. Whenever we eat sweet, because of more of H+ release mechanism in human body, whenever your toxin level will be very high, your pH may be too acidic or too alkaline. Whenever we eat more of non-veg, whenever we eat more of strong foods, spicy foods, monotonous food habits, your blood pH may get fluxed. That's why whenever you eat madhura aharam, it balances the pH. Blood pH should be between 7.35 to 7.4, I suppose. If at all that gets fluxed, it leads to maybe, I think we get allergies, hyperacidity, because whenever blood pH fluxes. That's why for this, the person who is of this combination, they need correction in this matter. That's why you need not have to bang your head. Take the scientific part of model nutritional issues, club with this principle and cross-pollinate. Give that person in advance the preventive dietary regime, so that if you practice every day, it is fantastic preventive health, even under COVID scenario. The thing is that it is not the generalized. Again, that Vata Prakriti, where he is living, in which season that season, what is the season which is prevailing? Like, in Varsha Ritu, you need more appetizers. If you go to Bijapur, the appetizers, papads, sandige, and pickles they make is different. When you come to Bangalore, the papads, when you go to Southwest Karnataka, Hassan, the papads which they make is based on horse grams. Where if you go to Bijapur, papads, they don't make it from horse grams. They use the different cereal because of its thermogenesis level, amino acid configuration, based on the humidity, based on the crops grown, based on the soil pH, based on the person's genetic composition, based on the humidity levels, temperatures, all that. That's why it is season, region, and that particular where the person having which element getting predominated, where Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Accordingly, with this cross-pollinated principle, we have to give the nutritional approach in advance, so that the person doesn't get any type. I mean, he may not be prone. Of course, Manishandra, we get the disease. He may not get the disease, right? That acts as almost near to preventive faculty. Now I'm coming to next Vata. Next is Pitta. And even Vata people, whenever we think of in terms of work mode, sometimes people are excellent in planning. Some people are excellent in administration. Some people are excellent in coordination, like I don't know your name, I forgot your name. You are coordinating. And some people are excellent in evaluation, monitoring and evaluation. The persons who are predominated with Vata, their work mode, they're excellent in evaluation and monitoring, which needs a lot of physical and mental work. That's why the person who is predominated with this element, they require the nutrient which helps the mental health and also both physical health. Now I'm going to speak of, and their body type, it is ectomorphic. Usually they don't accumulate fat easily because of high thermogenesis, heat production. They'll be burning more fat. That's why their body stature will be ectomorphic, right? Then coming to next element, that is Pitta. Pitta Prakriti. I'm going to explain. Pitta people are very balanced, near to balance. Their body thermogenesis will be always high. Whereas with Vata, it is fluxing. Whereas with Pitta, it is always high, and lot of toxin production. And to maintain their body composition, they require high heat producing foods like tur dal, wheat, horse gram, jawar. Some varieties of jawar, produces more heat, and they need frequent detoxification through hemicellulose, which is there in vegetables. See, vegetables detoxify, fruits will not detoxify much, because fruits contain a lot of soluble fiber, pectin, which stays in the large intestine for a longer time, which holds or binds more water, and it absorbs more toxins. Hence, whatever the toxins absorbed will be redrawn through epithelial match. That's why it is vegetable which binds more of water, and defecation process, that is Malavas Visarjana Prakriya. I mean, you don't have constipation if you eat more of vegetables, so that will induces more of constipation. It binds the toxins and it goes out of large intestine. Defecation process will be very easy, and also it will happen early. But with the fruits, particularly with apple and the fruits which contain high pectin, that is soluble fiber, defecation will not happen soon. Then why should we eat fruit? That is the query. Why should, you see, we prepare gel, jams and everything because of pectin property, that is gel set property. Why? Because that has got the other advantages, that is it has got cholesterol binding capacity. Vegetables will not bind the cholesterol much. Vegetables detoxify. Fruits will reduce the cholesterol. That's why always whenever you go for detoxifying regime, fruits and vegetables should be eaten separately. If you want to reduce your cholesterol, eat more fruits. If you want to detoxify, go for vegetable juices and vegetables. If you want to detoxify, you can take fruit juices because it drains of all antioxidants like, lycopene, flavonoids, anthocyanins, they detoxify, right? But not the whole fruit. That's why whenever we go with the cancer patients or anything where they need a lot of detoxification, see, we should recommend them more of fruit juices than fruits. Of course, fruits is required to bind the cholesterol. The quantity goes with, again, this principle based, Vata Pitta Prakriti based. Pitta people, they require high calories, high quantity of food because of their high thermogenesis, high BMRs, right? And work mode, sleep hygiene. Corrections because they try to be very balanced. Their BMR will be very balanced with maybe high thermogenesis, and it will be very, very, very balanced. That's why they are excellent in administration, highly focused. That is called as Tikshna, and their body is mesomorphic. Usually they don't become obese very soon, right? So Vata and Pitta people, they don't accumulate fat. I mean, that's why Vata people are ectomorphs, whereas Pitta people are endomorphs. This is the way we cross-pollinate based on this modern nutritional scenario with this native medical faculties. Then coming to Kapha Prakriti. See, when we speak of Kapha, here we find very low thermogenesis. Sometimes we see people, Kapha again being classified as Jala and Earth, which I'm not going to speak because of time constraint. If you want, I can make the detailed version of the elements, maybe in advance in forthcoming workshops. See, I'm speaking general Kapha, which includes both Jala and also Earth. See, they have body configuration with low thermogenesis. Their body produces very less heat, and because they have low basal metabolic rate, and they are prone for obesity and overweight. Again, the difference between overweight and obesity. If at all your body weight is within 10%, if at all you have excess body weight, which is within 10%, it is overweight. If your body weight goes above 10%, you are considered as obesity. Suppose if I am 5'4", I have to weigh 60 kgs. If at all I weigh within 72 kgs, 10% is, of course, 66. If I weigh within 66, between 60 and 66, I'm overweight, I come under overweight category. If I am above 66, I come under obese category. If I go above 30%, above 78 kgs, I come under morbid obese category. Usually the persons who are with morbid obesity, majority of them will come under Kapha Prakriti. That is, they are predominated with either water or earth. Their sleep hygiene, they go with excessive sleep because body behaves in a very conservative manner because of low basal metabolic rate. That's why whatever they eat, they accumulate fat. Their lipogenesis mechanism will be very high. Usually, generally human beings, whatever we eat, see, 30% of it will be conserved in visceral fat, in abdomen fat, because whenever we are on fasting, that fat will be burnt and will be used for energy purpose. Whereas with these people, they may accumulate fat more than 50%. That's why their body type is earth element predominated. Of course, maybe Jala. That's why. Can you hear me? Anything? Anything?
Yes, madam. There was some disturbance.
Like they need to be.
You can carry on, madam. Carry on.
Yeah, that's why they need to be monitored for excessive sleep. and their toxin production will be low. That's why even whenever we go for detox, see, detox regime is not common for everything. For Vata Pitta, they need higher level of detox regime, whereas with Kapha people, they need lower level of detox. Maybe they can detox with fruit juices, vegetable juices. Detoxification will not happen much with fruits. Please please note this point. Fruit juices will detox. Vegetable juices will detox. Vegetable, you can get detoxified. Whereas if at all you are having diabetic, go with vegetable juices so that they contain low level of sugar and high level of antioxidants. And work mode, see, planning. They're excellent in planning. That's why if you ask Kapha people to go and execute the things, they may not be excellent in it. These are all the very, very fact-based things being documented in Ayurveda faculty. See, even suppose if the person is excellent in planning, if at all he is kept for administration, he may get stressed. He may develop a lot of toxins because of overstress. Right? That even in Ayurveda, they categorize even for their work mode faculty, their level of thinking, their mental health, emotional health, physiological, intermediary metabolic cycles. Accordingly, their nutrient requirement, the prone diseases and the excess nutrient which they are in need, and low nutrients to be fat, and to make the whole process balanced. Okay, and particularly for the predominated with the earth, their calories need to be cut after 4 o'clock. Major issue nowadays. Many people are working between 10 and 5. See what happens. I am coming to next. Body is endomorphic. See, the person who is predominated with kapha, their body type is round, endomorphic stature. Then coming to, now I explained in brief, I tried my best to squeeze the things, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, in terms of their body type, prone diseases, the requirement of nutrients in major and in meager, sleep hygienes, and how exactly they can be balanced. Now coming to meal pattern. See, now I'm apart from this Vata, Pitta, Kapha or ectomorph, endomorph or mesomorph, whatever we claim, see the general regime for meal pattern. See, morning you should eat like a king, as the body is more conservative and body heat level will be very high. Even on earth, on whole earth globe, the cosmos will be inducing a set line of behavior, because we are also part of nature. Even we behave accordingly with the cosmos. That's why as the sunrise happen, as the sun goes high, bodies start producing more heat. That's why you should eat like a king. See, you should keep up the timings by 9 to 9:30 or above 8:30, because when you sleep at 10, if you get up early in the morning, because you have a lot of gap between 8 and 10 hours, body will not be having anything. If you stretch your meal up to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, if you skip your breakfast, what happens? Because of yo-yo mechanisms, body start accumulating more fat. That's why many people, they claim, I'm doing dieting, I eat only once a day, or I give a lot of gap. Why I don't reduce my weight? Because of this gap, because of yo-yo mechanism, body acts too conservative and start accumulating fat, irrespective of type of composition. Particularly this tendency will be more for the persons who are predominated with earth, that is kapha prakriti. That's why the general regime apart from the type of body configuration that we are born with, there is a regime, meal pattern regime. Eat like a king, as the body is more conservative, and afternoon, eat like a common man, as the thermogenesis start reducing. At night, eat like a poor by 7. Why I have mentioned 7 p.m., which I'm going to speak it later. Now, I've given the timings and days eating regime. See, soon after we get up, we have to go for Usha Pana. Usha means sunrise, right? Pana, drinking. See, soon after we get up, before we defecate, we should eat 150 ml of lukewarm water. Why? So what we do usually after we get up, sometimes we drink 1 liter of water, 1.5 liter of water, 500 ml of water. If at all you drink more water, our digestive enzymes or juice will be diluted. Then when you go for a brunch means Sometimes some people take breakfast and lunch together. When you go for brunch, see, because of dilution in the gastric juice production, because of excess water drinking, the digestion process will not happen completely. That's why it induces malabsorption in digestion. So that's why soon after we get up, go for Ushapana, 150 ml of lukewarm water instead of consuming 500, 600 ml or 1000 ml. Then having brunch or breakfast or whatever you claim by name, as fire element will be predominating, earth element will be supporting due to high BMR, digestion, absorption and assimilation will be at the peak. Okay, what we do to drive the car, we are hurried to report to our higher officials. Even the higher officials, they are busy because they have to monitor the whole process, lot of stress hormone will be very high. See, our body has to behave like fire and earth, where our body will be, we induce our body to behave like air, where the stress level will be very high. Actually, stress levels start hiking up, lot of high cortisol. Whenever high cortisol goes, so naturally the whole digestion, including carbohydrates, protein, all the whole system, the digestive system will be abrupted. Toxin will go high. 1 day, 2 day, 1 month, 6 months, 1 year, 10 years. Naturally, the toxin accumulates. We may be prone for any sort of disease. Maybe as such, maybe it's not maybe, it's a fact. Human body produces more than 3,000 types of toxins. Every toxin produces, if at all it is produced in excess, a particular type of disease like indoles, catoles, ammonia, etc., etc. That's why what I say, under this COVID, please practice the regime to eat in time, because when you speak of Annamai, Pranamai, Manomai, Vijnanamai and Anandamai Kosh, if your vehicle, which is your body, Annamai Kosh, be set properly, you will be in a position to, if your car is in good condition, then only you can drive the car. Otherwise, you can't drive the car. Please set your regime accordingly, try your best. Then third point, see, between 12 and 2 p.m. BMR will be pacifying, hence reduce the meal quantity for lunch. And during dinner, still the BMR will be pacifying, still the BMR will be too low. So that's why eat like a poor man, have a little food, you should have your dinner actually scientifically, conventionally, even according to Ayurveda, because we have practiced this. Before that, even go to our farmers, after they come from their farm, they have their food by 6:37. Because, and after they finish their dinner, they sleep aram se aram, they do Vamakukshi, they see the stars, and they used to enjoy. They used to do kolatas, in particular ragas, and they used to sleep by 9 o'clock. That is the regime we need to plan. That's why even the dinner time should be between 6:30 and 7, according to the native scientific aspects of nutrition. So if you start eating 7, what is going to happen? I'm going to speak it in the next slide. And between 2 and 4 p.m. toxin production will be very high. Hence, and also one more thing, very, very important thing. See, we have coffee and tea. See, coffee and tea stressed. We are not supposed to take stimulant. Theobromine, which is present in your tea, where the toxin level production, taking relaxants like fruit juices or vegetable juice like jirge kashaya, cumin seeds kashaya, we are taking coffee and tea. This is the practice. In India, we never had coffee. We are practicing after the British introduced this. So that's why naturally what happens, see, particularly with working population, where they are into stress, whether woman or man, see, both the faculties, both the gender, they are into, of course, even nowadays, transgenders, even everyone. See, from morning till evening, they are into stress, and the time when the body produces high level of toxin, that time we drink coffee, tea, and we start eating chips, we start eating biscuits, where the toxin levels start enhancing. So in the long run, we get any type of disease, maybe metabolic disorder induced diseases like, disorders like BP, diabetes, maybe Even sometimes, if it is genetically prone, even the autoimmune diseases may re-express gastritis, acidity, calcium deficiency, vitamin D deficiency, a lot of things. That's why, see, this is the time between 2 and 4, you need to take relaxants, not the stimulants. You have fruit juice. If at all you are not diabetic, keep organic jaggery or organic sugar. If at all you are diabetic, take, maybe some cut vegetables or maybe some fruits where, like apples, where they have, such fruits have low glycemic index. It will not convert to glucose very soon. Don't take ripened banana or whatever it is. See, that is the time where you are supposed to take the relax inducing nutrients, because fruits contain coloring substances which they act as antioxidants like lycopene, flavonoids, vitamin C, lot of things, and the same thing I have this thing. And 4 to 6 p.m. BMR will be low. Fix up the low regimes like prayers and vihara. Vihara means what? Relaxing, like doing bhajans, spending time in meditation and interacting with genuine friends, where I will be discussing, healthy aspects and happy things, you will get relaxed, where your endorphin, serotonin, and oxytocin level will go high. Whenever your body induces more of release of oxytocin, endorphins, and serotonins, always you'll be thinking positive, right? That's why there is a proverb. Naven tinteve, hege tinteve, yavaga tinteve. Accordingly, our personality will be depicted. That's what Ayurveda and naturopathy claims. And I have given the timings at 6:30, between 6:30 and 7, immediately after sunset, have small meal as BMR will be too low. And you may ask, what is the case if at all the person has already developed? To make one more scientific session for such faculties. Now I am giving the, if at all you are really not with any disorders or anything, please plan this regime, try to plan this regime. If at all you are already having diabetics, you can replan your sleep timings, routines, and everything accordingly, based, according to this base, according to these timings only, you can plan your days eating patterns or regimes. Now, coming to intermittent fasting. See, our ancestors used to take up fasting in all communities. Intermittent fasting goes with carbohydrate source and with water, and sometimes nirjal, without water, sometimes with fruits. If you go to Hindus, they do Ekadashi. They do fasting once in 15 days. If you go to Muslim, they do Ramzan. They do fasting, intermittent fasting, 1 month at a stretch, and they break the fast through khajurs, which is rich in soluble fiber, which reduces the cholesterol level. We are not supposed to break the fast with samosas. Break the fast, use eating khajurs. That is the scientific base for doing Ramzan fasting. And Ekadashi, Dwadashi, we break the fasting eating, bale dindin palya. That is banana stem sabji and Dwadashi. If you go to Christian, they do intermittent fasting at a stretch 1 month like Ramzan, Lent. It is called as Lent, where they don't eat fruits at all 1 month, because fruits will not cleanse the body. Fruits will help the other way to reduce the cholesterol level and your heart health. Fruits support your heart health, whereas vegetables detox. That's why even if you go to Western countries, Christian countries, where the Christian population lives, in major, so they do Lent. Even in India, Christians, they do Lent, like how they do holy fasting in Ramzan, how they whole month they eat vegetables to detox their body. Whereas in holy fasting of Ramzan, they go for intermittent fasting. They break the fasting by khajurs. When you go to Hindus, they do intermittent fasting once in a 15 days, and they break the fast through Dwadashi. Everything has scientific base. So during fasting, as per my study process, you should not take more of high protein sources, because when you go with high protein sources, it releases more of toxin that is called ammonia. So whenever ammonia level goes high, you may be prone for heart diseases or maybe even malignancy or whatever it is. Then coming to sleep hygiene. See, time gap. This is very, very, very important, because if you want to eat well, if you want to eat stomach full, if you want to feel really hungry, please practice this. Try your best to practice this regime. See, the time gap between dinner and going to bed must be 2 to 3 hours. If you have your dinner at 7, naturally you can sleep by 9 o'clock. If you have your dinner by 6:30, you can sleep by 9 o'clock, which may be a very tough task. I mean, under the present scenario, because of the system, timings we plan and other things, but this works great. See, what happens even if you have your dinner by 7, see, there is a chemistry here. We just see how the body resonates, how the earth globe resonates in combination, in concern with human body, in concern with human physiology. See, if you have your dinner by 7, even if you sleep by 9, see, if you sleep between 9 and 10 p.m., at 10 p.m., if you sleep by 9 p.m., if you have a sleep hour between 9 and 10 p.m., it is equal to, even if you sleep 1 hour, because of your release of a set level of melatonin, that is equal to on par with 2 hours sleep. And between 10 and 11 p.m., again 2 hours sleep. Though you sleep 1 hour, it is equal to 2 hours. And between 11 to 12 a.m., again it is 2 hours. That means if you sleep between 9 and 12, 9 p.m. to 12 a.m., it is equal to 6 hours sleep, even if you sleep 3 hours. And if you sleep between 12 and 3 a.m., though you sleep for 3 hours, it is equal to 1 hour. That means this is the way the resonance of human physiology resonate. That's why this is the regime. What we do, we watch TV, we see mobile, we keep late night regimes, because we have practiced maybe at least from 50 years, because we were not aware. That's why if you eat late, because of low BMR, lowest BMR, if you eat at 9, if you eat at 10, what happens? Fat conversion tendency. And your body start conserving more fat. Instead of 30, see, as mandatorily human body conserves 30%, then it starts conserving 50%, 80%. That's why more you eat late, more you sleep late. If you eat late, naturally you sleep late. What happens? More if you eat late, you accumulate more fat or more weight. And if you sleep late, naturally that body resonance in terms of melatonin secretion will be disrupted. You don't get sound sleep, toxin will go high, and you start ending. Even if you get early, naturally you don't have sufficient sleep. Naturally, next day you develop gastritis, acidity. You don't feel hungry at all. When you don't eat hungry, you start taking supplements. Supplements to be taken, worm infestation under diseased conditions, during lactation period, during pregnancy, not all the time. If you are healthy like this, you don't need supplements at all, right? This is the way you practice for 1 year, 6 months, or 10 years, 20 years, naturally, the weight gain, obesity will increase, naturally heart disease will increase. That's why by 2020, if at all we go with these regimes, naturally heart disease will go high. The best way to alarm ourselves, caution ourselves, please practice these regimes, try your best. Just a minute. I have some more slides. Minor aspects. We neglect and we call it as, minor aspects, but it has got major impact. See, sitting posture while eating. See, we sit on dining tables and eat, right? We are not supposed to, because your stomach will be stretching too much. You'll be eating more. So sit on floor and eat. And meal patterns during festivals and seasons. What does it mean? See, during festivals and seasons, we are supposed to take a particular set of foods. Like, during Deepavali, we have to eat the pancakes, holige made out of tur dal. So during Sankranti, we have to eat yellow vella, because during Hemanta Rutu, during Sankranti, the earth is too far away from sun. That's why cold environment, winter will be too high, temperature will be too low. Body needs high thermogenesis. If you eat the bhakshyas, the recipe which is made of yellow, sesame, which is rich in phytoestrogen, which enhances the body heat. That's why yellow bella. If you eat more sesame, yellow, toxin level will go high. Body pitta will go high. Blood pH will become alkaline. What are you going to do? You compensate. If you eat jaggery, which is acidic by nature, it balances the blood pH, which has become too alkaline. That's why in Sankranti, you have to eat yellow bella. If you go to Yugadi, you have to eat bella, because during entry of summer where the Ugadi comes, we are prone for germs. Kapha karigi neer agirtade because of heat, body mucus. Because of winter, mucus accumulation will be very high. During Ugadi, mucus start liquefying. Naturally, we are prone for diseases. Eat bevu bella, not yellow bella. And next comes examples I gave and fruit and vegetables eating procedures. This is very, very important. Don't club fruits and vegetables. See, after meal nowadays, what we do? We eat apples. We eat custard apples. No, the only 2 fruits to be eaten, preferably 1 fruit, is banana. Why banana? Because while eating, we'll be eating more of insoluble fibers, which is there in pulses, cereals, and sabji. If your fruit is rich in soluble, when you eat both, fruit stays in the stomach for a longer time, where vegetables will not in the large intestine. Naturally, it is a juggling mechanism. It leads to gastritis and it induces malabsorption syndrome. Malabsorptive syndrome. That's why nutrients you can't uptake. Body can't take the uptaking mechanism of nutrients will not be on track. That's why fruit should be taken during evenings, preferably with the empty stomach. Even to combine fruits, the sweet fruits should be taken together. Sour fruit should be taken together. You should not club sour and sweet. You should not club guava and also banana. Club banana, club apple, club, polyphenol, anars, dalimbe, they're sweet in taste, madhura. And if you want to plant sour fruits, you club, like half-ripened mango, guava, if you have too many fruits. There is a regime. Fruit should be eaten with empty stomach. That to evening, because after 4 o'clock, body start accumulating more cholesterol, whereas fruits bind cholesterol. That's it. There is a time to eat even fruits. Okay. And food combinations. Nowadays, we go for wholesome juices. We go for so many. We combine Mosranake, we keep, the alimbe, which is a wrong combination because Mosrana is to enhance digestion. If you keep dalimbe seeds, to decorate it, which is rich in polyphenols, which induces constipation, you're not supposed to. We keep fruits with fruit. We combine fruits, cashews, so many things with Mosrana curd rice. Don't do that. And we make juice with lot of vegetables. We club fruit and vegetable juices, which may lead to amino acid toxicity, which we claim under modern nutrition context, under modern nutritional issues, amino acid imbalances, amino acid antagonism. That's why normally our ancestors used to tell, don't drink milk after you eat jamuns. Nele hand tinmele hal kudibedi anta visha agtade anta, which is amino acid toxicity. And don't mix tuppa and jain tuppa in equal proportion. It becomes toxin. So that's why we never know how exactly the amino acid imbalance will be induced, amino acid toxicity will be induced, amino acid antagonism will be induced. That's why go with conventional scientific part of nutrition, right? And nutrient supplement. See, I did speak, nutrients are required during pregnancy, lactation, or under altered physiological conditions. So if you take nutrient supplement unduly and in excess, lot of repercussions. If you take too much of folic acid, you take too much of vitamin B12, due to excess methylation, you may get cancer. You may get cancer. But if you take sufficiently, nothing will happen. Okay. And if you take more of pantothenic acid, vitamin B5, more than enough, so you may get diabetes. If you take more than vitamin C, more than required, more than 250 mg, if you are pregnant, it may induce abortion. See, these are all the excess effects of nutrient supplement. Be careful. If the need be only, you go with the nutrient supplement. This is the integrative approach for our health under modern nutritional scenario aspect. And taking these inputs, please start up nutrition clinics. See, we go with, only for fever, only for other diseases we go with, but go for nutrition clinics. Start up nutrition clinics based on these principles, based on this integrative approach. This creates every scope, for nutritional science. And even in school lunch programs, office lunch programs, these are all the things to be induced. Sit on floor and eat. And plan the dietary regime, feeding regimes for staff, because we come in a hurry, we miss breakfast at home. If at all, maybe if the avashyakata idre, it's of course we have canteens and everything, maybe such modified things can be imbibed and can be planned. These aspects can be taught, because everything is so great and everything is so unique. If you miss eating proper food or proper dietary habits, scientific habits, we end up in getting diseases at an early age and a lot of other negative aspects. That's why with this base, with slight modifications, with slight education programs, if at all these things we introduce for students and for even for staff, maybe professors, maybe at universities, maybe at any office, maybe at colleges, schools, these things to be imbibed, make the plan, discuss with the policy makers, even policy makers to be trained, because they may not be knowing. See, administrator may not be knowing these things. They need to be even simple educative regimes to understand this and execute this. This makes miraculous things in terms of preventive aspects of health. That's why see, we earn so many lakhs of 80,000, 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh salaries. So if you don't eat well, what is the use? If you are under stress, if you get disease, what is the use? That's why please plan this even at office lunch programs, school lunch programs, with this inputs, with this simple, very major and very, very significant integrative nutritional policies and other factors. See, significant support and impact. See, take up yoga, take up pranayama, take up meditation and music. See, I'll tell you, initially yoga helps a lot. Later, pranayama, meditation and music helps a lot. Once your body is set. I'm claiming again, once your body is set. Because by doing pranayama, meditation and listening to music, of course with yoga, so you can change your gene entity. Research has proved it. Research on meditation, your brain can go to delta waves and it induces the neuroplasticity the way we assume. Naturally, the mirror neurons will be reset, the miracles will happen. That's why our ancestors used to tell, see, focus on one thing, make dharana on one thing, the things will materialize. Yad bhavo tad bhavati. Whatever we think, that will happen. What is the science behind it? Because if you meditate, if your brain goes to delta waves, naturally it starts emerging so much of energy. Even human body can produce 40 volts of energy. Science has proved it. Every cell has electricity. So naturally it works upon neuroplasticity. A lot of things will happen. Music has got great impact. I'm a vocalist musician. I upscale music therapy on Samaveda based at globe scenario. A lot of miraculous things. If you club these with nutrition part. See, it enhances all the above said. Particularly ragas are there to enhance digestion, absorption and assimilation, and also ragas also helps in certain disorders and diseases and a lot of things. Now, food and nutrient advances and disadvantages. I spoke on coffee and tea. I spoke natural antioxidants, food combinations. Again, one part, millets. See, nowadays we are growing millets. Millets are rich in high fiber. Supposed to eat millets. Please work upon seasonal regime. I spoke these things, many times in the television, in media. Please, we as scientists, even, if you eat millets during summer, particularly bajra and some millets, they induce very high thermogenesis because they are rich in phytoestrogen. Which millet, which region, which season? You have to take up research and please work upon, because if you eat even millets during summer, body will produce more heat. You need more B complex. See, more zada B, if more of heat we produce, you may draw more B complex. Your body will become dry. Dehydrate agbodu. See, a lot of the clarification is required on consumption pattern of millets. Of course, millets are great. Please introduce millets for diabetics and daily routines. But when exactly, which season, which sort of millet, which region, which season? See, if at all a particular type of millet be grown in North Karnataka or Bijapur or maybe Gokak or maybe Belgaum, maybe Chitradurga, maybe Bangalore, please eat that millet of that particular region during that particular season. I'm going to highlight it. And consumption of non-vegetarian food. Of course, it is rich in high protein, which is required for maybe who involves more of physical work. But if you eat more of non-vegetarian food, more than enough, high level of ammonia will be produced, high level of cholesterol. It may lead to a lot of diseases, like particularly heart diseases. And next. Next. And last but very, very significant, I'm going to speak of music and nutrition. Oh, how exactly music works? Music, there is a particular node. Zari ga pa dha sa, sa dha pa ga re sa. This is Rag Mohan. This is induces this particular raga, which has a particular wavelength, which is fall upon your skin through. It passes through auditory nerves, which is widely spread nervous system in human body, particularly auditory nervous system. It passes through the wavelength produced by a particular node, goes through auditory nerves, and accordingly it induces the hunger stimulating center in the brain. Rag Mohan. Sa ri ga pa dha sa, sa dha pa ga re sa. This. And also Rag Purvi enhances absorption. Ra 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 ra. There is a time to hear Purvi because it will work more with low BMR regimes between 6 and 9 in the morning. And Rag Nilambari to enhance the secretion of melatonin, sleep-inducing chemical. It should be heard before sleep so that you get sound sleep. If you drink fruit and milk and listen to this raga, which is there in our ancient traditional system in Vedanga. And because sometimes it may be a little tough for us to practice the discipline under this scenario. Maybe we have practiced all these years. Listen to Rag Vrindavan Sarangi after 9 p.m. before sleep, where your discipline, your serotonin secretion will be enhanced. You get sound sleep. Even the next day when you get up, you'll be more disciplined and you'll be very much routine. Radhe Sham, Radhe Sham. Like Madhyamavati. Sani pa mari mari sani pani sari mari sa. Sari mari sani pani sari mari. There is a time to listen a particular raga. Suppose even music therapy is used to reduce weight. Rag Ahiri, if you listen to Rag Ahiri, naturally it blocks anabolism mechanism. Right? If you hear Rag Mohan, it enhances catabolism mechanism. What is catabolism? Fat breaking mechanism. If you want to reduce cholesterol, that Rag Mohan should be heard after 9 p.m. Purvi between morning 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. That is also good for high blood pressure and for low blood pressure. Here to Rag Malkams or Hindol. Sani da maga sani saga sani ni saga sa. Saga madani sani. So like that, and Rag Kalyani to boost up your confidence. Wherever you go, sometimes children lack confidence. Maybe even to enhance your mental abilities. You see, mind power is different from emotions, even to balance your emotional abilities. Mind power is estrogen. That is there in sesame seeds, that is in black pepper, that is there in barley. Those nutrients are in barley to enhance the mind power. And also that mind power stimulating mechanism through auditory nerves will happen through Rag Kalyani. This is nutrition and music. This is the way we take up integrative approach, nutritional approach for healthy life. For emotional issues, it is dopamine, it is serotonin. See, Kalyani Rag, in Hindustani we call it as Yaman. This raga balances even mental issues, emotional issues, and also physiological issues. That's why it is called as Sarvakalik Raga. Sarva means all the time, Kalik, all the time raga. You can listen to this raga 24 hours. That's why this raga is called as King of Ragas. See, for other ragas, there is a set time, right? So like that, lot of things in our tradition, lot of things in integrative medical faculties, lot of things, amazing things in our model nutritional part. See, if we cross-pollinate, if you imbibe all the things, make it an integrative approach, lot of success we are going to maybe reap. This is great India, of course, great universe, great Vishwa. That's why we call it as Vasudeva Kutumbakam. We all belong to. Human beings are same. Human gene entity is same. That's why this bhava, this feel will be enhanced by listening to Rag Kalyan. Rizani da pamagani da pamagari sari gama badani devi like that. This is music and nutrition, music therapy and nutrition. Now coming to COVID regime. I would like to highlight this. Please, first point, follow day's perfect regime based on season and region. See, now we claim eat kashayas. Of course, kashayas have volatile compounds which helps to detox, which enhances thermogenesis, which kills the germ. But there is a particular type of kashaya to be made in a particular region. In summer, make jirga kashaya. During winter, you use cinnamon and also black pepper. Okay, there is a type of kashaya, type of food, now it is a regime based on season and region. I'm talking of nutritional regime, conventional, scientific, integrative nutritional regime for corona, COVID. Do yoga, exercise. If you want to do yoga or exercise, do meditate. Because if you meditate, your immune power will be boosted up. Particularly eating and meditation helps great. Okay, that's why this is vehicle. You have to keep your vehicle, body perfect. That's why regional, seasonal. Whenever you, generally we eat all cinnamon even during summer, during the Varsha Ritu. No, there is a type of spice to be used in a particular region, particular season. Please be careful. That's why when we generalize everything, when we of course everything is great. We speak of its nutritional value, its therapeutic value. But when you generalize this for the whole season and region, it may not work with that particular region, particular body composition. And apply and smear coconut oil to whole body. See, we group of scientists and doctors made this report to, we have sent to Honorable Prime Minister. Smear coconut oil to your whole body. Because of MCT, if the virus fall upon your body, it will be killed within 5 seconds. This is being claimed by Sri Dr. Professor B.M. Hegde sir also. Smear, whenever you go out, smear coconut oil to whole of your body. Don't apply too much. Go. That is great. Even mask, thoda bhi aache hodru no, that's coconut oil will protect you. Okay. Then have kashayas and antioxidant source which is based on season and region. Have a teaspoon of coconut oil in a glass of hot water to keep hormonal balance, which help to combat fear, phobia, anxiety in respect with the diseases, that is particularly all diseases and disorders, particularly with coronavirus. Why coconut oil? Why not groundnut oil? Why not ghee? Why not sesame oil? Why only coconut oil in specific? Because coconut oil contain medium chain triglyceride, MCT, because endocrine system, you must be knowing endocrine system. You know, endocrine system is the system which releases hormones. Whenever you are phobia, we go out, we get corona, we may be prone for infection, we have to do this, we have to, so a lot of stress hormone will be released because of phobia. So to balance that cortisol, if you drink coconut in hot water, soon after you drink, it will be directly be uptaken by endocrine system, because endocrine system need fat for hormone synthesis, not the protein in major. That's why that is there in coconut oil. So that's why a teaspoon, not a tablespoon, a teaspoon of coconut oil in hot water, drink every day. It will, your saturated fat, your cholesterol will not go high, because it will be taken directly, it will be uptaken directly towards, endocrine system. That is the mechanism. Many people don't know this. Even if you smear coconut oil inside the nose, it will be directly uptaken by the endocrine system. Whenever you are into stress, just keep a tinge of coconut oil for both the nostrils. You just see the changes. So that's why have this. And listen to ragas, because music therapy is great, like, nutritional therapy, like meditation, ragas, hamsadvani, whenever you are in office between 10 p.m. to 9 p.m. 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Sorry, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Because It enhances fire element and it boosts up the immunity. Okay. Sari gapani sari sari pa gare ne re gare ne pa sa. There are many. Please come back. One more. And after 9 p.m. before sleep, Rag Vrindavan Sarangi to boost up immunity, reduce the frequency of intake of non-vegetarian food now. Because if you eat non-vegetarian food is rich in high protein with high biological value. But if you eat more, see, as such, we have only 30% proteases. What is proteases? See, when I speak of enzymes, we have 50 to 60% amylase to digest cereals. We have 30% proteases to digest proteins, 10% to 20% lipase to digest fat and oil, fat, or whatever ghee, whatever we eat. See, non-veg is high in protein. We don't have more protease. If we eat more non-veg now, actually once in a week is right. Very, very nice. But if we eat regularly non-vegetarian food, we don't have enzymes, because that's why what happens, major part of it will pass through large intestine. It stands there, it gets putrefied. It will not be fermented, it will be putrefied. It's a bad reaction. Ammonia level will go high. If ammonia is a toxin goes high, naturally immune power will come down. At present, for time being, have the food habits based on non-vegetarian regime. Keep it, moderate. These are all the very, very major tips I would like to recommend. And also, if you can bear it, a glass of lime water you can take with little jaggery. Because sometimes for some people, if they drink only water with the lime, because they may get hyperacidity, if you add jaggery, it will balance. Organic jaggery or organic sugar. Because I speak organic, because if you bleach it, a lot of negative sulfur, a lot of sulfur, it is not good for, health. It induces carcinogenic, media inside the body. See, like that, when we take, it is not only nutrition, it's not only calories, it's not only RDA, it's not only height weight. See, there are many things to be cross-pollinated, right? Even including eating patterns, type of food to be taken, particular region, season, body composition, BMR levels, and other native aspects of nutrition, like, drinking coconut and eating kashayas, particular season specific kashayas, eating time, sleeping hours, right? Meditation time, plan the things. See, don't overdo. See, if you overdo, we will be straining your body, because human longevity is 120 years. Why people die at 70, 80, 65? Because we overuse it. If you overuse it, when you draw something extra here, you will be losing something there. That's why our longevity will be reduced. That's why you plan this. Touch wood, I'll tell you, you live for at least 120 years. Then you can live for 130 years. You want 140 years. That's why we go to Himalayan, some villages, you go to Japan, there they follow their strict traditional regimes. Many you find the old age, they're so nice, even if they are 120 years, 115 years, they are so active, they're so great, follow all this. So every faculty, every festival, every pradesha, every desha, every jananga, every dharma has scientific base. Please follow this. I am speaking in terms of only nutrition. So this will be great. We will evolve as noble citizens and very meaningful lifestyles. And also even for our children, if we imbibe all this, they become very healthy citizens, very healthy persons, at body, mind, and spirit level. Not only at body and mind, it is also at thinking level, superconscious level. And great India, great globe, and unique universe. Thank you so much for this high opportunity. Any doubts, please be in touch. You can ask the queries.
Thank you very much, madam, for your very informative marathon, I would say, presentation. You had very few slides, but you had lots of information in your mind. It was very informative, madam. And I
did my slide in the morning.
Oh, that's
before 1 hour before the session. My daughter helped me. I just kept otherwise I would have done the other way. Because of my cervical pain, I took only 45 1 hour to make the slides. Whatever
How old are
I
you,
got,
madam?
the thought, whatever the thing I got into my mind.
How old are you,
This
madam?
is a great faculty because you need. How old are you? You are asking my age.
Yes, madam. I'm sorry to ask.
I would like to claim young.
Yeah, that's what you are very young.
You should not ask, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ವಯಸ್ಸು ಕೇಳಬಾರ್ದು.
Ada madam, I have
ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ
dared to
ಸಂಬಳ
do that
ಕೇಳಬಾರ್ದು.
because of your speech. I have dared to
I am
do
50 years old. I am 50 years old. 50.
Great, madam. You are very active. You were looking 15.
Am I looking 30, 40 or 25? Come on, tell me.
Madam, you are looking 15, 15. You are looking 15, madam. Great, madam. It was nice hearing.
Thank you so much.
Many participants.
I am very proud to be. Yeah, I am very proud to be. I am from agriculture and horticulture faculty. When I was studying, horticulture and agriculture was in the same. And I'm very happy being invited by you all. I thank Vice Chancellor, Registrar Allology, and Dean sirs. And I think Allology was my senior registrar, sir. He was my senior when I was in Agriculture University. Bhuvana was my senior, my junior. She invited me. That's a great part meeting you all under this platform. Anything, you be in touch with me. And I'm working on native aspects of research of all religions, of all regions, this thing. That's what where WHO is opting. When we have so much of great inputs, why should we not focus our turn towards, native parts, native research? And not many miraculous things and fact-based things can be drawn and can be practiced. If you don't practice, no use. Please make up your mind to practice, because horticulture has got a great scope. Even sometimes we eat kiwi fruits here. We don't think of its repercussion here. You work upon native aspects, conventional fruits. Because at Gokak, I think it is at Arbhavi, right? University.
It's Bagalkot.
See, there you. Even under horticulture faculty, work upon the conventional factors. If you cross-pollinate, even if you eat more of kiwis here, the chemistry may go different. If you get olive oil here and eat, chemistry may go different. If you take groundnut to our Saudi, the chemistry may go different. If you take mustard oil from North India here, the chemistry body behaves in a different manner. Here you have to eat groundnut. You have to eat chiku of this variety.
We are having
Eat
problems
of this
with
particular
bandwidth
variety.
of madam's internet.
Lot many things. Yeah.
Okay, madam.
Yeah.
There was a little bit disturbance from internet. There are few questions. Anyhow, you throw a lot of light on many topics, ranging from nutritional clinics, minor aspects but major impacts, Vata, Pitta and Kapha, COVID regime, many topics, madam. I fall short of words to explain, to tell what all you have told. It was a very informative session, and participants were blessed, and they have some questions, and they want you to share your email ID, phone number with them.
Why not?
And they also want to have more sessions from your side exclusively with them.
Allowed to. I'll make.
There are some questions, madam, if you could.
Of course, please.
There is one question from Shivlila Kuknur. She asks about mood swings in women, which doctors usually link it to thyroidism. Would you like to, madam?
Yeah, of course. Thyroid issues do claim mood swings. See, you just, why thyroid issue will come? Because of overstress. You just try to combat your stress. Naturally, thyroid, it may be hypo or hyper, right? Maybe, I don't know whether she has hyperthyroidism or hypo. Usually, this is common thing during menopausal age. I want to know her age. She can be in touch with me. So what happened? First, to cope up with your stress. If it is a genetic regime, you take up mudras and the nutrients, vitamins, of course, minerals, and the regimes, which nutritional regime, which helps to cope up with your thyroid issues. Meditate, if at all any genetic issues, meditation alters the neuroplasticity. Okay, and mudras. There are some mudras where the finer nerve spindles are here, which is going to help. And if at all you are too much into stress, try to cope up with the stress maybe integrative regime can be planned. I would like to know whether she is having hypo or hyper. Hyper regime goes, hyperthyroidism regime goes different, even hypothyroid regime goes different. I think she must be predominated with Vata Prakriti, air element predominated, because she is into extreme stress.
Maybe a general question. Could you please share your email ID in the chat box so that the
I'll chat.
Lady can get connected to you. There is another question, madam.
Yeah.
From Dr. S.L. Jagdish. Madam, whether Vata or other Prakriti has any relation to emotions? If a person eats unsuitable food for his or her Prakriti, will it affect person's behavior?
Definitely, the person who is predominated with water, Jala, and also earth, Prithvi, they have a lot of emotional issues. Jagdish is the professor who presented now.
Yes,
Is he the same? He is predominated with water element, water and earth. Your kind cells predominated with fire. That's why you are coordinating. You are excellent in coordinating. You are predominated with fire. Jagdish predominated with water and earth element. That's why they have got a lot of emotional issues. If at all they eat the other type of foods which doesn't suit to their body composition, naturally it affects. That's why you have to take a set regime. You can be in touch with me.
Okay, madam.
Yeah. And my number, mobile. I'll give my number. Just let me do. Okay. Thank you so much. I am very privileged to be associated with you all.
Thank you. Same here, madam.
I am giving my mobile, my email, and also mobile. I think you got it, right?
Okay, madam.
Migraine related issues, how to combat with nutrition. Migraine may be due to BP or stress, maybe cervical spondylosis. You have to check what exactly the reason. If it is due to stress, drink Mosambi juice and do Chin Mudra, and also take Yoga Nidra and Vata pacifying asanas, yogasanas, and listen to Raga, Vrindavana Sarangi, take high vitamin C, maybe with Jaggery, because migraine comes if Vayu gets disturbed, otherwise Jala, even for fire predominated people, they get migraine. Fire, Vayu and water, if they get disturbed, they are prone for migraines. So we have to see what exactly the thing. So accordingly, it can be corrected. Definitely, it can be corrected.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you. It was a nice session with you. We have the last speaker of the webinar, national webinar on Let Food Be Thy Medicine in this era of lifestyle diseases. Dr. Chandrasekhar sir. Dr. Chandrasekhar sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. I am here, sir. I'm there.
Okay. Thank you.
I will share my screen, sir.
Okay, sir. Before that, I will request Deepa madam to introduce the speaker.
Good noon, sir. Dr. Chandrasekhar sir is currently working as a professor and HOD in the Department of Pharmacology, College of Pharmacy, Bagalkot. He has completed master and doctoral studies in pharmacology and 20 years of teaching and research experience in the field of pharmacy. 4 candidates PhD guided under Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science, Bangalore, and 36 young pharma students dissertation guided. Total 75 research papers published in peer-reviewed national and international journals. Research grants from DST, VGST, ICMR, and Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science as a principal investigator acted, and he is completed also. South America and Thailand for the present at national and international conference and symposiums. Dr. Chandrasekhar sir has been invited speaker and session chairs at national and international conferences also. His specialization includes screening of new chemical entities against neurodegenerative diseases and an anti-inflammatory. Young Pharma project is sponsored under project program from KSCST, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and this project work is awarded as a best work amongst the life science project of the year 1997 and 2000. Also, 2 travel grant awarded under Young Scientist from the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, New Delhi. Sir, we are really obliged to have you in this webinar and I request you to enlighten our attendees. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. Respected Vice Chancellor, Horticulture University, and Dr. Jaidesh sir, and Bhuneshwari madam, for giving me this great opportunity. I'm here in front of you to share some of the important aspects, which is we are working with Horticulture University and related in aspect to medicinal plants and their pharmacological biological activities streams from 3 years. So today I'm going to give you a brief introduction and aspects of importance of natural products. So as you know that most of the medicines which are going to be taken every day, it's maybe sources from Ayurveda or from allopathy or from homeopathy. The source of medicines is usually from natural products. So there are plenty of medicinal plants and preparations which are, since from 2000 years, they are very good contribution for the health. And these natural products till date, they are using for the benefits of the health, and most of them are subjected for clinical trial for various diseases. So particularly recently, most of these natural products are given more importance for anti-cancerous and antimicrobial agents. So the US FDA is one of the important organization which is present in USA. This US FDA, if it is approved, any medicines or it from natural or synthetic or from any reasons, so that is validated throughout the world. Because the validation process in US FDA, Food and Drug Administrations, the authority, which is have a greater value, and scientifically they have validated these products and going to be approved throughout the world. So with this, and since from 1980 to 2010, there are 34% of the medicines which are called as small molecules, they are originated from natural products. They are derived directly from natural products. Most commonly, you can see the statins, atorvastatin, which is the most common drug which is used for the to reduce the obesity. Even most of the diabetes with obesity and cardiovascular diseases, the most of the drugs, common drug which is included is atorvastatins. And tubulins, that is vincristine, vinblastine, they are obtained from our vinca plants. The wonder drugs still today, they are work for even a simple cancer like leukemia. Throughout the world, they are used for cancer treatment. And immunosuppressants also derived from this natural product. Like you can give number of examples. Those are all from natural products. So usually in drug discovery process, what happens, the source of the drug will always be from natural products. Later that because of availability and the differences in the natural resources, the drug may not be contained uniformity in the medicinal plants. Later they can be converted into semi-synthetic, and later they converted into synthetic products. But best example is hydroxychloroquine, which is used for now COVID. The Indian pharmaceutical companies, they have exported nearly 26 countries this hydroxychloroquine during this pandemic. It's a best example from the quinine plants, and it is used for malaria, but now it is the repurposed use for the COVID. So it's one of the best medicine which is throughout since from 50 years back. This is one of the wonder drug for malaria. So like this is now converted that hydroxychloroquine in from natural product into a synthetic origin. Like US FDA says 324 different drugs which are already available in the market, they are going to be act on some of the drugs, they act on pathogens, some of the drugs are used for human users. Out of that, 260 drugs are approved for genomic targets. Genomic targets means they are going to alter the genome functions of the our body, and they help for the genomic related diseases. And some of the molecules which are 248, they act on pathogens. Like most of these natural products, their ability to kill fungus, bacteria, viruses, etc. And some of the drugs that acts on human, like to reduce the glucose level in diabetes, reduce the obesities, and to chemo preventives and various diseases. Like small molecules like 207, they are used completely for human users. And like the US FDA approves the most of the target drugs which are going to be targeted for various diseases. Despite of the drug discoveries which is happening in all the pharmaceutical industry in worldwide, apart from that, synthetic origins, the natural origin drugs are play an important role in these drug discoveries. But after the 2000, this natural drug discovery was going to be declined, and most of the pharmaceutical industries are looking in for the synthetic origins, where the single drug, single target for single diseases, not an holistic approaches. So by this 1981, as I told you, 847 molecules are already in the market. They are from synthetic, semi-synthetic, natural origins. Out of that, 43 were from the natural products, and 232 was derived from the natural. Later, they converted into a semi-synthetic and synthetic. That means the natural products are the basic and the precursors for all these drugs. And 262 drugs which is considered as natural product, they are work as a natural product analogous, but they are now available in the synthetic molecules. So natural products which is drug discovery is continued now this present era, especially and the treatment of cancer. Why it is important for cancer? Whatever the drugs which are available in cancer, they are called as chemotherapeutics. They almost all, most of the patients which receive these chemotherapeutic synthetic origins, finally they end up die, or maybe they suffer with severe adverse drug reactions. So those adverse drug reactions are very difficult to prevent. Some of the patients are, for example, I can give, if you give some drugs which are given in orally, the most of the mucosal membrane from mouth to anus, it becomes completely ulcers. The ulcers are become converted into a tar road. It become black color. So it is they suffer from severe bleeding, and there is a severe anemia. A lot of complications are going to be there in the cancer treatment. But when natural products that provided, they are not going to harm the most other organs of our body, and keeping the intact homeostasis of our body, and they are helping in the curing of the cancers. From 155 anti-cancerous drugs which are developed since from 1940, out of that 27 could be traced from the natural product. Best one is, I already told, vincristine, vinblastine, and placitaxel, which is called as Himalayan tree, this Christmas tree. It is a wonder molecule. Still today, every clinics of cancer, they use this one is for breast cancer. Placitaxel is one of the best choice for the anti-cancerous drug which is obtained from the plants. So this is the importance of natural products, and this is the chart I am going to give you, how the protocols they are going to be followed in USA and in Western European countries for the natural products. So when the natural products are introduced, they want to classify it, whether it is the cosmetics, means they go for systemic scientific studies that may they done in the animal studies, or may they going to study in the some of the skins in vitros, and they're going to classify it. It can be applied on the body without any side effects for the cosmetic applications. And some of the drugs, they are going to be depending upon the taste, aroma, and functional food and nutritional values, and they're going to introduce it as a functional food or a nutraceuticals. So they are going to be used as a supplements for the dietary supplements, or maybe nutraceuticals, or acts as a functional food. So that's going to be categorized. And if drugs are going to be a drug, then the systemic approach is entirely different. So there you have to require to a very systemic approach, where the preclinical studies, where the toxicity of the plants, even though they are, you can claim it from Ayurveda or from some literatures that it is not, does not have a adverse effect, but even though he required a systematic studies on acute toxicities and chronic toxicity studies after the establishment, and the dose going to be fixed. And after the dose is going to be fixed for these natural products, then subjected for the different animal models to see the efficacy of the drugs. Once you got the good data from the animal studies, then they're going to give the approval for the clinical studies. Then in the clinical studies, you got a very good approaches, that is in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. The different stages has to be passed in the clinical trials. Once they get the phase 4 trial, the effective less safe dose with the safe effect and more potential activity, then only they're going to called as a drug. Then they're going to indicate yes, it can be included as a drug. Again, in the drug, whether it should be included in the OTC. OTC means over the counter, that can be given without the physicians or the doctor prescriptions. They can take directly from the medical shops. Or it can be, if it is a no, then the drug can be given only with the physician permissions. So they categorized. Then in categorization, again they're going to do it whether this is an NDA application or IND. IND means this natural products new drug application or an investigation drug application. What is the difference? Already they have a scientific approaches already done. The previously, like garlic, you maybe know that garlic is very good for the cardiac. There are a lot of literatures is already done. The scientific literatures already provide the safety and efficacy. Then they can called as a new drug application. They can directly give the permission to use with the systemic approach in the clinical trials. If it is not done, then it's a new drug and new natural products. It's not previously not proved by preclinical and clinical. Then it's called as a investigation new drug. Once it is filed as an investigation new drug, then the systematic approaches start from zero, from preclinical trials in animal studies. The efficacy and the potency should be proved. Then it is subjected to clinical patients. Then efficacy and safety should be proved. Then only it is given approved and it is enter into the market. This is the way the approaches for the natural drug discoveries. So whatever the research, ultimately the natural products can be benefited. It may be categorized as a nutraceuticals or maybe a drug, depending upon the outcome of the research. So this is the one example the US regulatory that US FDA gives for the garlic. You can see they have systemic approaches they have done for the garlic, in which they are given first approaches is food additive. The garlic powder can be added in microwave for pizzas. It will helps for the flavors, and it's used for cosmetic, garlic spray and body lotions. It helps in the rejoint to improve the skin and prevent the appearance of the wrinkleness in the skin. And also it is used for conventional food, for fresh garlic for taken to complete the dietary for heart diseases. Dietary supplements, they can use as a boost for the immune systems. Then they claimed for food for especially dietary users, that is for patients which suffer from heart diseases. Even this garlic also used as a biological drug, can be given in some of the patients with microdose to prevent the garlic allergies. And the US FDA has given this garlic with clear mentions for the use for in cancer and hypertension. That is, it is going to be a benefit with allopathic drug with garlic helps in the improvement in the cancer patients. This is how they are going to give one garlic in different aspects in the discoveries, so they can claim for the different uses. So ultimately, you now present scenario, the revisiting of these natural products is important, where currently the underutilized source of this chemical diversity of drug discoveries that required to shift into a natural drug discoveries. What is the benefit of natural drug discoveries is which is going to be declined since from last decades, but now it is gaining very important aspects, because most of the natural products are showing potential benefits for the health. The challenges which are going to be there in the natural products is, one is the validation. The validation requires its isolation of pure compounds, or is going to be used as a crude extracts. Then after that, systematic studies for this extract or the natural product should be provided a base for mechanism of action, how it is going to benefit in the diabetes, how it is going to reduce the glucose level, how much is going to be reduces, and which dose it's going to be reduces, and what are the benefits for this new natural products with already existing drug. That kind of evidences should be provided. Then it should be synthesized and highly complex structures. In most of the natural products, they should not contain even a single entity. They contain different entities, maybe saponin, glycosides, alkaloids, flavonoids, tannins. There are so many components which are present in the natural products. They are in complex structures. So in this drawback of drug discovery, which is already maybe since from the past 10 years, which is already in the practice, there what is main drawback is reduction in the complexity of screening system. What is actually screening system is nothing but where you are going to select, for example, 10,000 molecules or in synthetic molecules. They are going to be subjected for different phases, preclinical and clinical. In preclinical, maybe in 250 entities, the arrow mark is given here, 250 drugs may be selected and remaining molecules will be withdrawn or maybe rejected because of side effects, adverse effect, or maybe not provided any benefit for potencies. Then finally, maybe 5 molecules will going to be enrolled for the clinical trials and subjected for the safety and systematic evaluation. Finally, at the different phases, maybe end with one drug that provided the systemic approaches after a preclinical and clinical. They may get approved and they may not get be approved. Why I'm telling you this is what actually present trend. The pharmaceutical industries are going to spend a lot of monies for screening of these drugs with this systematic approaches with a single target, with single drugs. But at the end, they may get approval or may not be get approval. They may be rejected because of side effects or maybe adverse effects. This is one example I can be able to say. The sildenafil citrate, you may be heard that it is one of the drug which is used for sexual dysfunction presently, but the Pfizer company of USA, which is going to be synthesized for the one of the drug for the cancer. But ultimately, during the process of drug discovery, that shows severe cardiovascular drug disease side effects, and one of the side effect of that sildenafil citrate is penile erections in the men. So later, the US FDA, they are not given the approval for cancer. It cannot be useful because of side effects of cardiovascular and that. But later, Pfizer was introduced into the market for the sexual drug, penile erections as a drug. So why I'm telling you that this process of drug discovery is a very tedious, and where the most of the pharmaceutical drug discoveries or end up with difficulties. There are a lot of money they are included, but later there may be loss of this financial crisis will be taken place because they cannot victory in the molecule in the market. So due to that, now the most of pharmaceutical companies are now they are not doing research on new molecules. Instead of that, already available data for the molecules, like that is called as the repurposing. As I give an example for hydroxychloroquine, which is already established drug, already side effects, everything will be established. They are looking for the benefit for the COVID. Like the already natural products, the various which is already done in extensive research in India by alternative traditional systems method, Ayurveda. Now the US governments are implementing that these natural products can be rethinked for the benefit of the other diseases, not from the, they are not thinking for the find out in a new molecules. So this is what the screening methods they are going to be used. Most of the screening methods they are used is cell-based assays, where the in vitro cells are going to be taken, and the drug will be added into this in vitro cell culture, like cancer cells or skin cells or hepatic cells, where they are going to identify whether they are going to kill the cancer cells, they are going to kill the hepatic viruses or bacteria and all. But here what happens when it is given in human, whether they're going to act on the human cells in the which is acted in the cell-based assays, it's not going to be a similar. It may be a differ, because the human body is a complex in nature. So the in vitro cell-based assays is maybe given good results, but it is not guaranteed that it can give the good results in the human body when it is given as a drug. This is a drawback in the drug discoveries. So that's what now it's going to be changed into a phenotypic changes. This is a recent trend which is going to be changed from cell-based to phenotypic. Phenotypic changes means it's going to be observed in the animals or in the humans directly when the drug is given. What are the changes is going to be taken place? For example, we are going to use pomegranate seeds. You can given to a diabetic animals, like rats can be induced as a diabetic. And if you given a pomegranate seeds, the how much blood glucose is going to be reduced, which is going to be increased because of the diabetic was going to be induced in these animals, the how much is going to be reduced. So the phenotypical changes by biochemical estimations or by histopathological changes, by using the diagnostics tool, you can able to see what is the effect of these drugs directly in the animals. If it is success in the animals, that can be scaled into the clinical studies. This changes is going to be required. So this helps in the identification of novel drug targets as compared to cell-based assays. This is a traditional way, the screening methods which are going to be in there in the natural drug discoveries. Initially, these bioactive compounds are going to be selected, and they are subjected for concentration by crude extracts, and they're going to be selected bioactive components, means they're going to be fractionated. Fractionation means they're going to be extracted by different solvent system, polar solvents, non-polar solvents, then the non-polar solvents, what are the components which are present in non-polar solvents, what are the components which are present in the polar solvents. Like they're going to be fractionate, and in this fractionate they're going to identify which are the different structures which are available. What is the flavonoids and which type of flavonoids are present, what is the structure of the flavonoids which are present in the plant, and what is the alkaloid which is present, and what is the structure of the alkaloid. This is all going to be find out. The structure activity relationship is very, very important in drug discovery process. Why it is important? Once if you identify the structure of a natural product, then each natural products contain a different structures, like flavonoids, it's have thousands of flavonoids, but like flavonoids, for example, quercetin is having a already structure is fruit. Rutin is one of the flavonoid. like you have already some of the structures is already elucidated and already database is available. So if you have a structures, and those structures which is helps in the drug discovery process, because there are a wonderful softwares, they are called as target based softwares, where the structures are going to be docking system. By docking system, they are going to be used in a docking system to find out the target systems for the diseases. Once this structure is included in the software, that software will give you this structure will go and bind to different proteins which are present in the human. By binding this, it gives the idea that this will be effective in which of the diseases. For example, I can say that flavonoids is going to go and bind to the protein called as glucagon, which is present in the pancreas, and it going to decreases the glucagon level. That indicates there is a decrease in the glucose level. Or maybe like various proteins, it's going to bind and shows the target identifications in the software itself before going for the systematic studies in animal and clinical trials. So clinical trials is required because human biological system is a very complex systems. But you have to, in the process of drug discoveries, it should be a simple and neat, and there are multiple outcomes is going to be expected. So the natural products have an important source of lead component in drug discovery. How to find and evaluate these bioactive natural products is very important and critical in the drug discovery process. Like I can give a source of natural products already which is present in the data. For example, you can see that digoxin, which is the most commonly used as a cardiotonic, congestive heart failure, and this is one of the drug is called as cardiotonic drug, which is obtained from the distillist lanota. So like you can see that the beriberi, like atropine, which is used to dilate the eyes. In when you go for ophthalmic, they put a drop of eye, this atropine, and to dilate it and to see the what is going to be observations in the aspects of the eyes. So that like you have a different drugs, the list which is provided and their benefit uses, like cocaine, which is one of the drug, codeine, this morphine, caffeine. They're all CNS stimulants, one of the best analgesics. Morphine and codeine is introduced in the long back when severe surgeries, which is going to be taken place in the for the severe accidented cases. Then normal diclofenac anti-inflammatory drugs cannot be beneficial. Then you have to give a steroidal drugs like morphine and codeine. They're going to be benefited, and they're going to reduce the pain which is perceived by the persons. Like antihypertensive drugs. Like you can give so many examples for these drugs. Then you can see the quinine, anti-malaria. So the hydroxychloroquine, cinchona bark, which is going to extracted quinine and chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine, all the obtained from this plant. And one of the important story I can able to say that in Bagalkot, you maybe see that malaria is one of the endemic disease. It is called as chloroquine resistance malaria, Bagalkot. What does it mean? What does it mean that chloroquine cannot be effective in Bagalkot people which is having malaria, because already it is get resistance for chloroquine. Then what is the next drug? What is the best drug you can give it? So in 2010, the Chinese medicinal plants, from the Chinese medicinal plant which is introduced, its drug is called as artemisinin. It is obtained from the artemisinin anna plant, which is going to be used in the jungles to prevent the high fever and chills fevers. So the same traditional claim they approved. Now it is synthetically available in the globally. It's called as artemisinin. The 3 injections which is enough for the reducing the malaria. Now earlier you were going to give chloroquines for long time. Now this artemisinin anna, this drug can be given for malaria. 3 injection is more sufficient to cure the. This is the alternative best drug for the chloroquine resistance malaria. So this is going to be introduced in, from the Chinese medicinal plant. Like you can see that so many examples. Silymarin is one of the drug which is going to be used in day-to-day life for the hepatoprotective drugs. Most of alcoholic people who are consume the continuous alcohol, that leads to cirrhosis and liver damages, finally end up with liver cancer. Where this drug, the silymarin, is going to obtain from the plant, still it is one of the effective drug. Most of the doctors, they prescribe this silymarin for the liver disorders and for the cancer patient to provide a protection for the livers. And Ravalfila serpentina is one of the drug called as anti-hepatitis drugs, what introduced from the Indian scientists to the global. So theophylline, you may be heard, which is used, one of the drug which is used for bronchodilator for asthma patients. One of the important substance which is present in the tea, chamomile sinensis, is the Indian plant, Darjeeling tea, which is contain high theophylline, which is that's what we call most of in cold and season we're going to take more tea. What is the benefit of that? Because it contains theophylline, which causes the bronchodilation, and it eases the airway from mouth to the bronchial. That is because of presence of theophylline. So the theophylline maybe they given in sprayer for bronchial asthma patients, or maybe given in the form of tablets also. Okay. This is a one slide. This is provides you very good important about the natural products. These are the, you can able to see in the slide. These are the titles. Okay, I can read one title: Natural Product Drug Discovery in the Next Millennium. So this is the review article. We're going to be provided in 2001 on Newman. And that role of natural product chemistry in the drug discovery by Butler in 2004. Like there are various book chapters going to be written, various in journals and also books about the natural products. So that the biggest data for the natural drugs for the therapeutic uses for various diseases is already available in the form of publications. Okay, that we have to be gone through before going to for the benefit of the natural products. Now, as I told you, the drug discovery, recently going to be paradigmic shift is going to be taken place because of the increasing withdrawal and adverse effect of the synthetic drugs. As I told you that in the most of the drugs, whatever you take in synthetic, even including paracetamol or aspirin, diclofenac, whatever the drug you take, they are not devoid of any adverse drug reaction. Every drug in synthetic have a adverse effects. If you do not have an adverse effect, then you cannot called as a drug. So they have adverse effects, and due to this severe adverse effects and increasing the withdrawal of these drugs, and most of the doctors are looking for the drugs which is having a less adverse effect and more benefits. The why it is happened, because in the previous drug discovery process where the one gene, one target, one drug, means you should say that it's a clean drug. It's going to reduce us only drug once it's given as a drug. It should treat the diseases. So you have a very systematic mechanisms that it reduces the diseases. For example, I can able to say atorvastatin. Atorvastatin is introduced by US markets. It shows it is going to reduce the obesity. So they are going to given in the obesity, and also it is given to decrease the cholesterol level in the blood vessels, because it leads to cholesterol level more accumulation leads to atherosclerotic plaque and cardiac diseases. So most of the doctors, when his patients suffer from diabetes and obesity, they are going to give you this atorvastatin to reduce the cholesterol level. Yes, it's a wonderful molecule. It reduces the cholesterol level. Definitely, but the very systematic literatures are provided with good research as indicated this atorvastatin's continuous use in the diabetes patients and non-diabetes patient, it induces the diabetes, uncontrolled diabetes. This is one of the important severe adverse drug reaction of the atorvastatin. So this is going to be neglected in most of the physicians, that it induces the adverse drug reactions, but it reduces the cholesterol level. But there is a equal harmful effect and beneficial effect. But these are the not going to be not benefited to the patient for the long term. Due to this, there is a shift in the paradigmic shift where the systemic biological studies suggest that complex diseases are to treat it effectively, the single target drugs are not going to be much benefited, where the drugs should have a multi-targets and holistic approaches where you can reduce the adverse drug reactions and also have a much benefited. So with this, the systematic biology based integrated multiple disciplinary concept has been developed, and multiple target approaches going to be used, in which the polypharmacological drugs or a traditional system of medicines are going to be much benefited because they have a herbal formulations with multiple targets. So herbal formulation means they're containing a different medicinal plants. The each medicinal plants in going to be effective in different aspects, and they're going to have a multiple targets and have a much benefited. So I will give you examples. You can see that the data says that in medicinal plants, this is a data which is going to be provided by US FDA in different data drug discovery portal, and the natural product based samples which are available 40,000, 20,000 like. So by this, they have proved that this is the one important article which is I have downloaded from Nature. You know that Nature drug discovery, which is one of the leading journal published from USA, from Nature groups, having a 64 impact factors. So one of the very important journal. So they have provided curcumin longa. Curcumin longa means, you know, the curcumin, that turmeric, Embolica officinalia, Nellikai. So Nellikai, which is used in most of in our Indian systems. So these plants, they are scientifically proved that they have bioactive molecules in that plants. They have 130, and in Embolica they have 155. Number of bioactive they obeys as per the drug discovery rules, the Lipkins. Most of out of 130, 94s are good for Lipkins rules followed, and 35 from the Embolica officinalia. The number of bioactive interacted with the target. Targets means proteins in our body. They have interacted with 89 proteins in our body, and Embolica officinalia interacted with 33 proteins. The number of targets with bioactive interact 85 and 34. Number of interactions are 86 and 34 for the Embolica. So totally 86 interactions they are obtained for only for one disease, that is diabetes. So these three plants have screened for bioactive for diabetes. So they have 86 different proteins. They are going to interact and helps in the reduction in the glucose level, and other than the glucose level also improves the health of the diabetes. Like in diabetes you have a complications like pathies, like cardiomyopathy and neuropathy, the kidney damage, cardiac damage, eye damages, that is oculoropathy, myopathy, damages of the eyes, damages of the blood vessels. These plants not only going to reduce the glucose level, they also approaches to simultaneously the improvement in the damaging or diabetes, damaging on the kidneys, damaging on the heart, eyes and blood vessels. This is called as holistic approaches. Okay, this is not possible in the single drug. Single drug, once it is given in synthetic, which is reduces the glucose level, but does not have any influences on other complications done by the diabetes. Okay. So this is what the softwares they're going to provide it. Literatures, you can see the umbilica. These are the lines indicates the surrounding lines indicates the different targets, nothing but proteins and enzymes. And this is a drug and acted on different targets. These are the targets. The umbilical, if you count it, it's nothing but 86 targets are available. You can see different proteins are going to be interacted with this, the components which are present in the different components which are present in the umbilica. Like similarly with this plant and curcuma longa, you can see that this formulations, all three combinations. See this is what they given provided individual umbilica, officinalia targets, Trigononia plant, then curcumin longa. That these are the different targets of these three plants. When you combine all three plants, and you can find the targets. You can see that this is the targets when you combine in the formulation. That's called as herbal formulation. See that their targets are going to be increased. Almost all the proteins are going to be interacted here, and the more the targets and more the benefits. This is what the benefit of the herbal formulations. So they're going to act on the holistic approaches, and they're going to help in the more benefit for the patients. So like this is one example for the same plants, which are three plants I told you, 87 targets. The targeted 6 targets is for GLP protein, GLUT. GLUT means the glucose transportation. So these targets are act on glucose transportation and helps in the transportation of glucose from the blood to the muscles. Then glucose will be burned in the muscles, and there is a reduction in the glucose level in the blood. This is the GLUT transport and glucagon receptor. They are going to block the glucagon receptor, because whenever there is a glucagon is increases, the glucose level is going to be increased. They block the glucagon activity. The insulin receptor going to be increased. Once the activity of the insulin is increased, the utilization of the glucose from the blood into the muscle is increased, then the reduction in the glucose will take place. And like this, these are the different proteins, which are the protein ATP channels which are present in the heart. They targeted by these plants and increases the activity of the better activity of the cardiac, even in presence of the diabetes. This is about the targets of those three plants. Then one more example I am provided here. This is called as chimeric, means the synthetic and the natural product combinations. They have taken an antibody, synthetical antibody. So as you know, that antibody, which is a structure, is containing one body with the antigenic binding site, which are going to be present in the antibody. So they are tailored this antibody in most of the cancer treatment. For example, I can take the example for prostate cancer. In prostate cancer, when patient is suffering with prostate cancer, he is going to have an antigen which is specific to prostate. That's called as prostate antigen. The prostate antigen is going to be tied in the one leg of the antibody, and another leg which is going to be tied with the drug, that is natural products, that is called as calcimimicin. Calcimimicin, which is have an anti-cancerous property, it is going to be tied in the other part of the antibody. Then the thing is given as a drug. What is the importance of this? This is called as targeted drug delivery system. Targeted drug delivery system means this will identify first the antigen, which is prostate antigen, which is present in the tissue. So this will go and bind to that tissue where the antigen is present. Then the drug is going to be engulfed inside the cell. Then the drug is going to be released inside the cell. Then the drug will act on the cell and that kill that particular cancer cell. This is called as humanized monoclonal antibody with the drug delivery system. What is the importance of this? If you given directly the drug, that drug can not bind to the particular specific tissue where the cancer cells are present. It may be have a chances of binding to the other than the cancer cells that may causes the other adverse effect on the other cancer cells you don't want. You want it that it should be targeted to the cancer cells only, and the drug should be delivered in the cancer cells only, not to the normal cells, and that should kill the cancer cells. This is what the approaches they are going to done, that is called as drug delivery systems, where the natural products are going to be attached with this antibody. Okay. So like you can give, I can give the most of the examples like MAB. This is monoclonal antibody. And this is tuzakimab, that is Herceptin. It is tied with the important natural product Martacin. Martacin is tied with the monoclonal antibody, and it is given in the breast cancer. This is one of the USA approved phase 2 trial, clinical trial in the 2010. Now it is already in the market and it is used in the US for the treatment of breast cancers. The plant is, from the plant, this active component is isolated. Then they tied with the monoclonal antibodies. Then they are given to the person who suffer with the breast cancer. Even for the blood cancer also, they are used for the calcitonin, which is I already explained. The calcitonin is bind with the monoclonal antibody, which is one of the drug for the leukemia, blood cancers. Like in murine spongy, this is also natural source, not only plant. Murine spongy, that herbulin, which is isolated and component from marine sponge, and it used for the cancer treatment in the mitotic stage. It's going to kill the cells, not going to be divide the cancer cells, which helps in the preventing the dividing of the cells. So like this is obtained from this marine spongy. These are the name of the yak tree. Like they are given examples of different sources from natural products, and these are the components which are isolated from these plant sources, and they are combined with the monoclonal antibodies for the use of the anti-cancerous treatments approved from the US FDA. Like these are the, again, some of the examples for Ginkgo biloba. You maybe heard these plants. This is one of the drug which is used for neurodegenerative disease. It is used for the Parkinsonism disease. It is used for Alzheimer's disease, where the memory is lost. Then it is used for dementia. It is one of the claim which is given by natural complementary alternative medicine systems. They have done this trial, and this trial was successful. Now it is under the phase 2. It may be useful in the future for the dementia. So now this is one red mark which is I told tamoxifen. Tamoxifen is obtained from the Christmas tree. The leaves is going to be provided. This tamoxifen is one of the best drug which is now going to be used for most of the cancers, especially for breast cancers. Now this is antibacterial. So you know that most of whenever patients are suffer from severe diseases from the bacteria, they're going to be hospitalized. The most of the drugs are given cephalosporins, like cefodoxime, by the injections. They are obtained from the plants. And these antibiotics, which are already available in the market, for this, they're going to combine with some natural products which are already which are marketed. So this combination which helps in the potentiate the activity of these antibiotics. What is means of potentiation of activity means this is additive effect going to be provided to the patient. What is meaning of additive effect? Additive effect means 1 + 1 is equal to usually 2. Additive effect means 1 + 1 is equal to 3. Means there the potency or biological effect or benefit to the patient is expected more than the expected results are going to be available. So when it is combined with these antibiotics with the natural products, so those are called as synergetic effect or additive effects. So due to that, they are going to be combined. So finally, I'm going to conclude that the natural products have a rich source of compounds for this drug discovery process. Still, we have a very good scope for this natural products in the drug discovery. But in future, that should be changes from phenotypic to genomic and metabolomic approaches are going to be required for this traditional drug discovery process. Switched into the genomic approaches and metabolic approaches for these herbal products. Definitely, they are going to be provide a very strong scientific basis, and definitely they are contributing into the transformation of the global health, and they provide a better health to the mankind. So the growing approaches is functional assist to, as I told you, the phenotypic changes. At last, the best scientist, James Black, says, the quote, the most fruitful basis for the drug discovery of new drug is to start with an old drug. Start with the old drug. So this is what already that the data is available. So already I have told you garlic is used for cardiac diseases. Now the garlic can be used for the diabetes, can be, you have a scope for that. Garlic can be used for the hypertension. The garlic can be used for the bacterial diseases. Garlic can be used for the Parkinsonism diseases. Garlic can be used for the various diseases, can have a scope for the drug discoveries. So the primary advantages of these botanicals is there in complex composition consisting of collection of related compounds, have a multiple activities, they interact with the greater total activities. So why I'm this one going to be discussing here. So especially in horticulture, we are going to study the different plants and medicinal plants and fruits, vegetables and etc. for the various functional food. You studies all physical properties and taste, all related aspect of horticulture related aspects. So, but you can give the scope for the find out in the biological activities. So due to that, when the Dr. Bhuvneshwari Madam and Dr. Jagdish Sir has approached to us pharmacology department in Bagalkot, we have now have a MO, memorandum of understanding for these biological activities. We have a wonderful lab for screening of these biological natural products for various diseases in animal models. We have tie-up and we have doing the some of their postgraduate projects and formulations for the various biological activities. So since from last 2 years, we are working for diabetes, herbal formulation for diabetes activities. We got a wonderful results. So this will help in this multidisciplinaries. When you work in this collaborative research, usually you are going to add a very important biological value for your findings. So horticulture students, you can put functional activities, functional values, and also you can put a pharmaceutical values for your product which is you are developed, that going to helpful for getting the patents and definitely benefit for the various diseases. So so at last, finally, with this COVID, everyone is suffers, but take care and with better mask and all. And if you have any doubts and these things, let me have some questions. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Participants, we were listening to Dr. Chandrasekhar VM, sir, Professor, Department of Pharmacology, HSK College of Pharmacy, BVVS, Bagalkot. Sir, you covered topics on re-emergence in natural food products, how botanicals can be used as a drug, for natural products to be used as a drug. There are challenges like validation of those products. They need to be synthesized and they should be of complex entities. Chemical processes of natural products discovery you also emphasized on, and you covered the topic of natural product and its scope. You also told about the Bagalkot conditions of malaria patients, chloroquine resistant patients, malaria is available here. You told about paradigm shift, one gene, one target, one drug concept. And you quoted James Black telling that old is gold. And you concluded with prepare for the worst, hope for the best. It was nice hearing to you, sir. It was our last webinar session today.
That is in the lunch time, sir.
Really nice to have you on the panel of speakers. Now I call upon Dr. Viresh Hiremat, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of PostHarvest Technology, College of Horticulture, Bagalkot, to give vote of thanks.
Now we have moved to the final session, that is the vote of thanks. Today's webinar, that is Let Food Be the Medicine in the Era of Lifestyle Diseases, organized by the Department of PostHarvest Technology, is well taken by the participants, which can be seen from their charts from the websites. Okay, and it gives me immense pleasure to thank Dr. Y.K. Kotekal, Director of Extension, UHS Bagalkot, for welcoming the guests, speakers, and participants of the today's function, and wholeheartedly thank you on behalf of the Department, College of Horticulture, Bagalkot, sir. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Indresh K. Honorable Vice Chancellor and Chief Patron of the today's function for his motivational speech and opening speech on the webinar, sir. Thank you, sir, for permitting us to conduct this seminar and your constant support in conducting such programs, sir. Let me thank one more patron of our today's function, Dr. T.B. Alloli, Registrar of the UHS Bagalkot, for his keynote address and explaining the situation of today's situation with relevance by comparing the philosophy of vachanas. Thank you, sir. I thank Dr. N. Basoraj, sir, Director of Research, for his address to the participants, and your remarks on the today's functions are well taken, sir. I thank Dr. Chaya Patil, Madam, Acting Dean, COH Bagalkot, for her presidential remarks and inspiring us in conducting such programs. I thank you on behalf of our department and University of Horticulture Sciences, Bagalkot, Madam. I thank Dr. Ramchandra Nayak, sir, University Head, Department of PostHarvest Technology, and convener of the today's program. I thank all the speakers. I thank Dr. S.L. Jigdish, sir, for Professor and Head, Department of PostHarvest Technology, for his thought-provoking presentation on food safety issues, challenges. Thank you, sir, for your relevant topic. I thank Dr. Preeti Pandian, scientist from Directorate of Cashew Research, Puttur, for explaining us the role of fruits and vegetables, for role of fruits for vegetables for food security in India. And I thank Dr. Chandrasekhar VM, sir, Department of Pharmacology, for throwing light on the re-emergence of natural food products, especially for the emerging, especially emphasizing the importance of these phytochemicals in the health benefits. I thank Dr. Jayalakshmi, Professor and Head, Department of Nutrition, Bapatla Yoga Naturopathy Medical College, NTR Medical University, Andhra Pradesh, for her speech on integrated nutritional approaches towards healthy life. Your presentation enlightened us about traditional knowledge and its importance in maintenance of the health. I will be failing in my duty if I don't acknowledge the importance of the Dr. Bhuneshwari ji, Associate Professor and Head, Department of PostHarvest Technology, in organizing this webinar. And I also thank Dr. Jamil Jalegar and Dr. Tiba Terdar for their for their for conducting the programs. And I'll be failing my duties if I don't thank all the participants across the country without whom the program would not have been made successful. I thank you one and all. Special thanks to the Directorate of Extension for providing the space and other amenities. And I thank all the supporting staff of our PostHarvest Technology Department. Thank you one and all.
Okay, with this we end the national webinar on Let Food Be Thy Medicine in this era of lifestyle diseases. For the information of participants, the certificates, e-certificates will be delivered to your registered email ID in a span of 3 to 4 days starting from tomorrow. Thank you all for attending the webinar. Okay, the forms, feedback forms will be delivered to your email IDs registered, through which you will get the certificates. Thank you very much.